Hello everyone.
Etkinliğimize Türkiye'nin döngüsel ekonomi yol haritası başlıklı oturumuyla devam ediyoruz.
We are
Oturum
continuing
moderatörü
on with our another
ESAİ
session,
Genel Müdürü Doktor Kubilay Kavak,
and Dr.
Türkiye
Kublai
Cumhuriyeti
Kabak
Çevre
will be a
Şehircilik ve
moderator,
İklim Değişikliği Bakanlığı, Sıfır Atık ve Atık İşleme Dairesi Başkanı Sadiye Bilgiç Karabulut'u,
and Sade
Devlet
Bilge
İşleri
Karakuruç
Bakanı
will be another
Mehmet
joiner
Şimşek
us
ve
for the
Kalkınma
session.
Bankası, Yeşil Ekonomi ve İklim Eylemi
And
Yöneticisi
for green
Ela
economy
Yalçın'a davet ediyorum.
specialist
Sözü
Ela
Sayın Kavak'a bırakıyorum.
Yılmaz Akdeniz will be here with us. Moderator Kublai Kabak shall start.
Teşekkürler Banu Hanım.
Thank you, Mrs.
Değerli
Banu.
izleyiciler,
Dear
Türkiye'nin
watchers and viewers,
döngüsel
today
ekonomi yol haritası
for
başlıklı
circular
oturum
economies
sizlerle birlikte
meeting,
olacağız.
we will be with you for 1 hour. Of course,
Ekonominin yol haritasını
circular economies roadmap,
konusuyla çıkarmamız mümkün
we
değil.
can just show it with just a 1 hour
Ekonominin
discussion,
yol haritasını ipucu
but
bulabildik.
we can give a hint about the roadmap
Çok
about the
fazla
circular economy of Turkey
sizlerin
with
dikkatini
lots of our participants and our
göre
presenters. We will try to give you an idea of it.
birçok politika
To create a roadmap, we
mevzuat,
need a lot of policies,
teknik
a
sorun
law,
ortaya
all,
çıktı.
and technical
Örneğin
problems should be discussed together.
dediğinde
When we talk about circular economy,
eylemlerin yapılacak
we have to take a look at the plans we are going to do or the steps we have to take or about the industrial and sectoral strategies should be talked. Before we start this session, we have to take a look at the financial, law, technical, social, and academical levels and in the sectoral levels of this economy. We have really great two presenters. Before giving them the stage, for 5 and 10 minutes of the last 5 and 10 minutes for session, there will be a Q&A. You can just write your questions from chat. When the two presentations are over, I will group up the questions and I will present them to our presenters, and we will end that Q&A with that. Now I would like to give the stage to the Mrs. Ela Yılmaz Akdeniz.
Teşekkür ediyorum Kubilay.
Thank you, Mr. Kubilay.
Sunumumu
My presentation is
bir saniye.
just a second.
Evet.
Of course.
Sunum görünüyor değil mi?
You can see my presentation, I hope. Thank you for the opening speech. I'm going to talk about a financement of circular economy for UN, EU, and for us Turkey, what are we doing? And I like to give some examples and explain it like that. We have 4 topics. As for identification of investment of circular economy. After that, for EBRD, circular economy investments and its experiences and what did they do. We also have another program about for the circular economy regional entry program. I want to talk about that, and I will give some example works we have done. First of all, let's take a look at how do we identify the circular economy investment, why it is important. Because as we EPRD, we want to be we really give a big promise to Paris Agreement to be more adapted to it. After the January of 2033, every project has been done by the EBRD will be complying with the Paris Agreement. We are just going to stay with that, as in 2020, our strategy about going for the green energy until the next coming years, we will start our investment for green projects and green economy shall be 50%. As I said, the EBRD's investment shall be 50% sustainable in the coming years. When we take a look at the circular economy, and of course green economy and sustainable investments. EBRDs, they will be the biggest investments we will have making. And in our investment, circular economy should be more focused on in coming years. For development banks or private banks, for green financement, when we take a look at it, there is lots of barriers has been created in our other places. How the identification of circular economy is done, and there is no standard that for circular economy. And for analytic, when we take a visual inspection of it, there was no methodologies to be used generally. And of course, and well, other thing we have to take a look at it. And we have really did that great works together as for EBRD, as for EBRD investment bank for Europe. We really did focus on that part. With EU Council, we really did create the categorization system, by become a first foot of that. With this new categorization system in 2020, it has been published by the EU Commission. This categorization are free from the system. I'm going to show it with more detail, but as you can see, taxonomization and for EU documents you have seen, it is a sectoral, it doesn't walk a sectoral path, but it's a different path, and I will show it later. In this framework has been published in 2020. We were one of the first applicants of it. And of course, with EBRD and EIB, we are working for as I said, we are working on cooperation with them for our circular economies. When we take a look at the categorization system, it is mostly about the product's life cycle. As we talk about, it is free from the sectors. It can be applied to every sector. It has 4 main categories and 14 subcategories. At the first thing, it is talking about the manufacturing models, or we are talking about innovation of process, and of course innovation of design, material, abstract material usage, lots of things like that. We have lots of work on that, and these categories help with that. Second category is that about the circular optional usage models. We take a look at the reuse of the materials and products, and of course trying to extend the life cycle of the materials and the of course products. This is the models for that. The third category is that, as I'm going to show our portfolio, it is the thing that we have used mostly, circular value reprove model. When the products that has end of their life, it is the way to getting back them to the economy. Fourth model is not that much even seen. It is a rare model. It is more for innovation, technological, or about digital technology, or other circular economy categorizations. It is kind of supply models, and its name is the circular supply models. I have to say really important something for this. When doing the categorization model, there was lots of talk about this. There was lots of technical and digital discussions about that. When we're talking about circular economy, we have to take a look at the resource usage. It wasn't left outside. Mostly we talked about the value chains, about the return of it. We take a broaden activities and actions. It is not just a work for done down in just one company. we are trying to take a look at a more circular way. Creating energy or fuel from the waste has been a talking topic without no loss for, as we have said, to lose any value of the product. We want to product or waste or materials to be had their own value. When we give in this information, when this categorization system is published, what did we do? How did we adaptate ourselves? In March 2020, this categorization was published. We in 2022 in January, as board of directors, we accepted the Green Economy Transition Handbook, and we already put this onto work. As we said, we had a handbook about the green economy transition, and we had, of course, we will use this categorization system for our transition to green economy. We all trying to do our best to adapt for the adaptation of our departments to that part. I think then we're using the most sophisticated ways to use it. When we take a look at this, what are we waiting up ahead of us? As for when we take a look at from the EU version, as you know, European Union, the taxonomy regulation, there was lots of work on that. This taxonomy management has a 6 environmental goal will be built upon. First two environmental goal is to help with the climate change mitigation and adaptation. There is we are talking about lots of sustainable financing about we are using this criteria. In the next coming years, in the 2022, that the other 4 environmental goal, we shall identify and define the criteria, and we shall try our best to implement them to our company. And of course, it is mostly about going to the circular economy and accepting the circular economy. And as we all said, we shall try to put it and implement and adapt it to our own handbooks for the EU's taxonomy. Why did we talk about that? Now let me show you what we have done in this concept. In 2014, since 2014, we have been working about circular economy and giving funds on that part. We have done circular investment nearly 140. There's lots of things that it just becomes a part of a much bigger investment. But when we have to take a circular way, we have a portfolio of 1.2 billion of euros. We have given that much of circular investment since 2014 to today. As we can say, it is nearly 170 million of yearly investment. With the reduction of materials, there was, of course, a carbon and emission mitigation, and it was really important. When we take a look at our own portfolio with this project, 4.2 millions of mitigation of emission has been reached yearly, and it is really a great benefit for all of us. As I just showed about the categorization, we can take a look at these investments on that way. Normally, as I said, most of our investments about the revalue models of circular. It is mostly in the majority. It is really normal because when we take a look at the circular economy, there is lots of things we have to do, and we have lots of ways to go. But when we take the circular revalue models, it is really important and it gives great benefits in the last 1 to 2 years, there's lots of new investments about the other categories. It's a really great and beneficial development, and we're currently working on lots of companies for as we said, the circular support models are currently on the development. We are doing some works, but currently there was no project about that model we have financed. When we take a look at the sectors, mostly investment is in the three sectors is currently on. Of course, manufacturing, services, agribusinesses, and of course, SIG and infrastructure businesses was the most majority of investment. In other sectors, other works have been moving on. In the coming years, we are going to see more circular economy investment in other sectors too. We hope that. When we evaluate our portfolio, what can we say about this? What we can say about circular economy? Majority category is that circular value models. When we take a look at the more contribution to the nature, mostly using the models for circular design, manufacture, and usage has give more environmental and natural benefits. And we think that it will be more important and it will be more significant to use those models. For companies, for governments, should be focused on that. Should focus on that models should be more effective. The financing of circular economy is getting more bigger. It is not just about international banks like us, but as for the private finances, funds, it is they have been working on it too. But making this transition more in a bigger scale, there are lots of development should happen too. As we talk about our future focus point is how we can increase this kind of projects morely. As we said, this kind of investments are small part of big investments. We want to make it a 100% circular investment. We want to try to increase its share on that part. I can say it like that. And of course, for Turkey and Balkans, when with the experiences we get from our portfolio, I will talk about the program we developed ourselves. It is helpful it is to support the circular economy investments. This project is for Balkanic countries and for Turkey, mostly it is mostly the support to private sectors. It's a program like that. As we talk about the business models of circular and also startup of circular economy, we have two support mechanisms. As we talk about the companies developing this kind of technologies, we shall give them technical support mechanism. And second one, of course, with a credit comes from the EBRD finance. When we take a look at this with sectoral way, other than finance sector, all other sectors can benefit from this program. When we have environmental goals, as we said, to have this environmental goals, there is some sectors we will prioritize as we talk about metal, chemical, plastic, thread, or paper shall be prioritized on this program. This program, how kind of investments shall be applicable for this program? This program shall be last for 5 years. Last year entered in 2021 at October. In West Balkans and Turkey, it shall last until October of 2026. It is to help to companies that work on the circular economy. there will be a mitigation of 500,000 tonnage of yearly emission shall be mitigated, and nearly 10,000 organic pollution shall be reduced, and 50,000 sea pollution causing waste shall be mitigated. When we're talking about there has been we had the credit and capital of investment of 140 millions of investment has been done, and also there will be a credit, and this credit will be nearly for 14 millions of dollars. It will be work on for the circular economy. It will give incentives on that part, and to reduce the hardship of economic that part. And we're talking about the sport technical support. To help with that, we have two funds from Australia government and as from EBRD's private funds, nearly 1.5 million dollars of help with the technical. With these two components in this 5 years of process, we will try our best to help and use this to help with the circular economy developments. When I talk about this credit, it is mostly for us, and we want to help with investment, not just with investment. We like to help with them the strategies and creating a roadmap for the companies. This credit can be seen as an incentive on that part. This credit, this coming from GFT, will be given with the EPRD's financement with parallel. It's going to be, the return payments will be flexible. As for the GF part, can be paid after 10 years, or there can be real yearly payment plans. The credit that will come from GFE, which shall be mostly with steps, and they will be with milestones and steps we will taken that we have been identified with the company together. We are waiting for 2 milestones, creating the installation of a correct technology. At the first milestone, when the company has done this, there will be a reduction of interest. And in the second milestone, mostly behaviorally, when it creates changes, we will help them create a strategic changes and adapting to the business life and creating a roadmap. We expanding them from that. After they done with this, and the company shall have an interest reduction after that too. This investment is different from every credit has been invested by EBRD. We help with the technological and behavioral, creating a more broadened impact on the companies. You can say that. I like to talk about two, and after that, and we'll talk about the food manufacturer. It's the work we have done together, and there has been two elements we have seen. One of them is for companies for their operation to increase their resources in usage, and to reduction of the footprints. There was a financement of 5 million of investment has been given. When we take a look at the second element, it was an element that helps with the finance part. There has been, of course, they have get the international consultancy support. After this consultancy, they work to they try to give them a plan to reduce the packaging usage of packaging materials. And of course, the waste of packaging has tried to create a broaden value chain for that part with with as we talk about packaging, lots of different companies has entered that part. In the packaging, there's a really important balance is there because shortening the food shelf life may reduction on that part without giving compromise on the shelf life of the product. How we can create more alternative packaging? There was a work on that. After that, company changed their specs for their packaging and changed their equipment for packaging. And there was lots of outcomes and results from that work. There has been, we have seen a two, 29 29,000 ton of carbon emission has been mitigated. And after that, usage of raw material of 20,000 yearly has been reduced. It really helped the company with the manufacturing. The other, as talk about example we talk about, it is about with a milk and milk products manufacturer. As we talked about the categorization for waste, as the EU said, we talked about how the waste should be monitored. I want to solve this project mostly because it is not just waste incineration or waste recycle. It is mostly about a more circular method. Milk and milk product manufacturer has a farm here, has their own factory, has their own milk production. This waste that has lived their factories and institutes, they created a waste process facility to help with the waste they are producing, and as we give help them, and they while they think they're all the waste with the help of biogas facility and giving back to the network and helping with a supply of electricity with that in the biogas institutes, the mud or every mud or every waste has been used as a fertilizer to the system, and we can say that the company created its own system to work, as we said, with EBRD credit and with from the green technology credit has been given them, and we supported them that way. It was really great work, and it is in Turkey for EBRD. In other countries we have been working on. We also supported other works like that. This is what I was going to say like this. I think we shall have questions at the end of the meeting session. Thank you, Mr. Kubilay.
Bu kapsamlı, değerli sunum
Thank you for your this great presentation you have given us. As you know, when we talk about circular economy, we have to take it to two phases. First is the consumers, and second is the manufacturers. As are for the consumers, we have responsibilities.
belki de tartışmanın ayrı bir boyutu.
Maybe it's a different aspect of this discussion.
Bu konuya derinden ve yakından
And when we take a look at the, it could be hard to, if we don't take a look at ourselves in the mirror, if we can't find this. And Mrs. Ella to help with the manufacturers, shown us what can we do to help them. And when we take direct and circular economy, what was the difference between them as a concept, gives an example and summary for that. It was really great. Now a step is going to be taken, and a step is going to be taken when for sectoral, it has to be, it is validated to be if it is okay with the sectoral trends. If there is any improvement can be seen, then after that they will take a look at if there's any financial resource on that part. even if there is, it's not over yet. Trend is going on that way, but sometimes manufacturer cooperation alt infrastructure doesn't give is not applicable to users finance to create to help the transition. They have to change maybe they have to change everything. Even if if it is all applicable, we have to take a look at the feasibility of that part. Technology is okay, it could be bought, but if it is expensive and it's a new one, it can't be implemented. We have to take a look at the different perspective. It's a process that we have to work on that. There was a really important point in Mrs. Ela's presentation. Circular economy, actually, is a green economy, and for sustainability this is like a mixed concept. We can take a look at the Olympics flags about all the circles coming together. We can talk about, as we said, the combination. Green economy, sustainability, and circular economy. We can see in this under the same umbrella, and we have to talk about them together. And this, I think, in the they have to be underlined on that part about the presentation. There will be some questions. I will give them to you. Now I like to give word to do. Let's look at the climate change ministry. So I like to give the word to the Mrs. Sadiye. Thank you, Mr. Kubilay. Before losing any time, I like to give my presentation. I think you can see my screen. Yes, Mrs. Sadiye, we can see your screen. Let's take a look at this. We are going to talk about the circular economy, and this is our second week. We are doing it together. I think everyone knows what is the circular economy is, and when we are using a cycle to reduce the use of raw materials and creating more digital, sustainable, and recyclable approach to, as we said, to extend the life of the products or make it them more repairable or more usable after that. We have to make sure the consumers and the manufacturers should prefer this. And circular economy, what can we say? Of course, it creates a more competitive sector. It reduces the costs, and of course, raw material imbalances in the raw material prices is reduced. We use less sources for growth, and of course, more sturdy jobs are created, and it also helps with the climate change. And as for the Europe Union, there has been a new model has been seen. It is about the circular economy to Europe to zero waste program. But we can see that with this work, when we follow up on this work, in March 2020, the Europe Green Action Plan has been created. First action plan, when we take a look at it, we were talking about secondary raw materials and standardization, and making them more common was really important for manufacturing to consuming from the waste management. As we talk about the waste management for EU, it has to be changed, and some sectors come forward with that, mostly plastics and packaging materials. We can see the European Union has published their own plastic regulation. We can see the other plastic regulation has been published. And other subject is about the packaging materials should be considered again. We have to take a look at all of the cycle of it. production to the end of it. When we take a look at the Circular Economy Action Plan in 2021, Europe Green Convention has become one of the foundation stones as we talk about the European Union's 2050 climate neutral climate is important, and of course the biodiversity, stopping the biodiversity is important, and of course mitigating of methane gases, and because of the sera gases has been created, we can see there is a connection between them, loss of raw material usage, and with the circular becoming more talk about the or sustainable, as the circular economy helps with the sustainable if manufacturing and consuming. And we'll take a look at it. We have to take a system look at that. And we have to take a look, we have to be a pioneership and leadership for that sustainable and circular economy. And we have to take a look at the batteries, accumulators or batteries. And we can see there are lots of work in our country too for packaging materials and plastics is important.
Üçüncü ülkelere ticareti, atık mı, eşya mı konusu tartışmaları devamında da artık bu eşyaların tasarımında ve üretiminde kullanılan tehlikeli maddelerin sınırlandırılması, bu ürünlerin ömrünün uzatılması ve geri dönüştürülebilir parçalardan imal edilmesi gibi konularda yoğunlukla ele alınıyor. Tekstil diğer bir önemli sektörlerden ki ülkemiz için de aynı şekilde. İnşaat ve binalar, gıda, su ve besin maddeleri olduğunu görüyoruz. Gıda da oldukça önemli bir sektör. Hem üretim bakımından hem de tüketim sonrası oluşan gıda kayıplarını önlemek bakımından döngüsellik potansiyeli yüksek bir sektör. Bizde neler olduğuna kısaca bakacak olursak, 2017'de Sıfır Atık projesi başladı. Tabii Sıfır Atık aslında çok şemsiye bir proje. Dolayısıyla bunun altında biz birçok konuyu ele almaya devam ediyoruz, çalışmaya devam ediyoruz. 2018'de Çevre Kanunu değişikliği yapıldı. Burada Sıfır Atığı ilk defa kanuna girdiğini görüyoruz. Döngüsel ekonominin ilki olarak kanunda yer aldığını görüyoruz. Geri kazanım katılım payı uygulaması kanunda yer verildi ve sonrasında 2020 yılında da alt düzenlemesi yapıldı, yönetmeliği çıkarıldı. Ela Hanım'ın bahsettiği az ambalaj, mütevazi ambalaj kullanımı ile ilgili aslında önemli bir finansal araç geri kazanım katılım payı. Yani burada ne kadar az ambalaj kullanıyorsanız aslında o kadar az geri kazanım katılım payı ödüyorsunuz. Fiyatlandırma temelli bir genişletilmiş üretici sorumluluğu modeli diyebiliriz aslında. Doğru uygulandığı zaman çok güzel sonuçlara görebiliyoruz GKAP uygulamasıyla. Diğer bir düzenleme de ücretli plastik poşet uygulaması. O da 2019 yılı itibariyle başladı hepimizin bildiği gibi. Sonrasında tabii sıfır atık uygulaması bir ülke politikası haline geldi. Ulusal planlarımızda yerini aldı. 11. Kalkınma Planı'nda yer aldı. Daha sonra yine bir çevre kanunu değişikliği, 2 yıl içerisinde 2 kere kanun değişikliği yapıldı. Ve döngüsel ekonomi ilkelerine hizmet eden nitelikte çok aslında güzel gelişmeler yaşandı. Bir tanesi bunlardan geri dönüştürülmüş malzeme kullanımı. Ekranın sol tarafında da aslında tam maddeyi görüyorsunuz. Belki çok fark edilmiyor olabilir ama döngüsel ekonomiye vizyonuna katkı sağlayacak çok önemli bir kanun maddesi bu. Çünkü hani kanun seviyesinde bu yaklaşımın benimsenmesi ve yürürlüğe girmesi çok önemli. Tabii burada aslında bizim önümüzdeki süreçte sektör bazlı bu zorunlu kullanımlara ilişkin düzenlemeleri yapmamız gerekiyor. Yani atıkların ve atıklardan elde edilen geri dönüştürülmüş malzemelerin üretimde kullanılmasının zorunlu tutulmasına ilişkin sektör sektör çalışarak gerçekten uygulanabilir, izlenebilir, sonuçları değerlendirilebilir bir mekanizmayı kurmamız gerekiyor. Bu konuda da çalışmalarımız devam ediyor. İşte madeni yağda böyle bir çalışma yaptık şimdiye kadar. Ambalajda zaten kendi direktifinden gelen bir şey vardı, zorunlu kullanım oranları vardı. Ama bu o kadar güzel bir madde ki hani bunu ben her zaman dile getiriyorum. Yani burada çok rahat işte karayolunda demir çelik cürufunun kullanımı ile ilgili bir yüzde koşul getirebilirsiniz zorunlu kullanımla ilgili. İşte döküm kumunun kullanımı ile ilgili getirebilirsiniz. Ve bu şekilde atıkların hakikaten ham maddeyi ikame olarak kullanılmasının önü açılabilir. O nedenle de oldukça önemsiyoruz bu maddeyi. Diğer bir düzenleme atık yönetim sorumlusu firmalarla ilgili bir düzenleme yapıldı. Burada da atık üreticilerinin sorumluluğunu müteselsilen paylaşabileceği bir yapı öngörüldü. Bununla ilgili alt düzenleme çalışmalarımız da devam ediyor. Ayrıca atık işleme sektörünün güçlendirilmesi ve daha mevcut en iyi tekniklerin de kullanıldığı bir alan haline getirilmesi için de finansal teminat konusu da eklendi kanuna. 2021 yılına geldiğimizde ekonomi reformları paketinde yine döngüsel ekonomi eylem planının yer aldığını görüyoruz. Avrupa Yeşil Mutabakatı Cumhurbaşkanlığı genelgesiyle yayınlandı biliyorsunuz. Orada yine yeşil ve döngüsel bir ekonomi başlığı altında yer alıyor. Döngüsel ekonomi eylem planımızın hazırlanması. Yine orta ve uzun vadeli programda sıfır atık sistemin hane halkına yönelik olarak yaygınlaştırılması hususu yer alıyor. Ve bu gelişmelerin sonucunda da biz aslında çok uzun zamandır çalışmalarını sürdürdüğümüz İPA fonlarından başlatılan döngüsel ekonomi projemizi 7 Şubat itibariyle resmi olarak başladık ve önümüzdeki ay ya da bir sonraki ayda bunun aslında geniş katılımlı bir lansmanını da yapacağız sizlerle beraber. Oldukça heyecanla beklediğimiz bir projeydi. Dediğim gibi uzun yıllar çalışmalarını sürdürdük 2017'lerden bu yana. Ve nihayet projemiz başladı. Proje kapsamında da yapacağımız çalışmaları birazdan kısaca paylaşacağım sizlerle. Sıfır atık projesiyle de önemli kazanımlar elde ettik ülke olarak. Elde etmeye de devam ediyoruz. 2017 yılından 2020 yılına kadar toplamda 24 milyon ton atık geri kazanıldı. Buradan 30 milyar TL bir kazanç elde edildi ve 3 milyon ton sera gazı emisyonu da engellenmiş oldu. Ve geri kazanım oranımız da 22.4'e çıktı. %22.4'e çıktı belediye atıkları bakımından. 2021 rakamını da yüzdesini de önümüzdeki aylarda işte yılın ikinci çeyreğinde çalışmamızı tamamlayıp yayınlıyor olacağız. Diğer yandan Ulusal Atık Yönetim Planı revizyonu çalışmalarımız devam ediyor. Onunla eş zamanlı olarak yayınlayacağız. Plastik poşet uygulamasıyla da önemli kazanımlar elde edildi. Tabii orada bir sabit bir şey var. Ücret uygulaması oldu 3 yıldır. Kümülatif olarak da %65 bir azalma elde ettik ve 550 bin ton plastik atığın oluşumu engellenmiş oldu. Plastik poşet uygulaması da çok önemsiyoruz çünkü yine döngüsel ekonomi kapsamında tek kullanımlık plastiklerle ilgili bizim ülke olarak yaptığımız en somut şu ana kadarki çalışma ücretli plastik poşet uygulaması. Ama önümüzdeki süreçte işte az önce sizlere bahsettiğim İPA projesiyle de beraber tek kullanımlık plastiklere yönelik bir sektör analizi çalışması yapacağız. Çünkü işte en başta envanter ve ölçüm sisteminin geliştirilmesi gerekiyor. Hangi noktada olduğumuzu anlayabilmek adına ve bir politika oluşturabilmek adına. Dolayısıyla bir sektör analizi yaparak durumu ortaya koyduktan sonra da bununla ilgili adımları belirliyor olacağız. Tek kullanımlık plastiklerin, tek kullanımlık ürünlerin kısıtlanması ile ilgili çalışmaları yapacağız. 2035 için geri kazanım hedefimiz %60 seviyelerinde. Bunun için çalışmalarımızı sürdürüyoruz. Döngüsel ekonomi yaklaşımından çok önce aslında tabii AB'de de böyleydi, bizde de böyleydi. İşte endüstriyel simbiyoz vardı, uygulamaları vardı. Bizde de benzer şekilde aslında 2005'lerden başlayan bir şey var. Çimento sektöründe atık kullanımı ile ilgili. Bu ilk başta tabii alternatif yakıt şeklindeydi ama daha sonrasında alternatif ham madde ki burada atığın kalorifik değeri değil mineral özelliği öne çıkıyor. Bu tür atıkların alternatif ham madde olarak kullanılması konusu var. Burada da aslında ciddi miktarda atık kullanımı söz konusu. 2021 yılında 3,1 milyon ton atık alternatif ham madde olarak kullanılmıştı. Tabii burada şeye de dikkat çekmek istiyorum. Bu ekranda görmüş olduğunuz birkaç örnek var. İşte döküm kumu, arıtma çamur, inorganik çamur bu arada. Uçucu kül gibi atıklar. Bunlar aslında maddi olarak da değeri olmayan ve depolama sahalarını dolduran atıklar. Bunların tabii maden çıkarılması ya da işte malzeme ocaklarından ham madde alınması yerine bu atıkların kullanılması oldukça sevindirici bir uygulama. Kullanıldığı sektörleri görüyoruz ekranda. Bu tabii tebliğimizle sınırlandırılmış sektörler. Aslında burada tabii döngüsel ekonomi yaklaşımı ve bu çalışmalarla beraber biz bu sektörleri biraz daha genişletmek istiyoruz. Çünkü tabii dünyada da bu şekildeydi, bizde de bu şekildeydi. Böyle konservatif bir atık yönetim anlayışı söz konusu. İşte atık üreticisi, lisanslı araç, lisanslı tesis falan gibi ama bunu aslında döngüsel ekonomi yaklaşımıyla beraber tekrar ekonomiye kazandırmak, tekrar döngüye dahil etmek, işte üretim süreçlerine dahil etmek yaklaşımı benimsenmeli ama tabii bunun da aslında izlenebilir, takip edilebilir süreçler olması lazım. Suistimalleri engelleyen, tabii biz devlet olarak, bakanlık olarak atığın uygun olmayan şekilde bertarafı gibi bir şeyi de istemeyiz. Bu tür uygulamalara da mahal vermek istemeyiz açıkçası. Dolayısıyla izlenebilir, takip edilebilir bir süreç oluşturmak gerekiyor. Önümüzdeki yıllarda yapmak istediğimiz bu sektörleri biraz daha aslında genişletmek ve şeyleri arttırmak, alternatif ham madde kullanım alanlarını ve miktarlarını da arttırmak. 2020 yılının son çeyreğinde bir projeye başladık. ODTÜ Çevre Mühendisliği ile beraber EKÖK atık ve atık yakma projesi. Atık işleme sektöründe mevcut en iyi tekniklerin kullanımı ile ilgili bir tabii proje. Mevcut durumu belirlemek ve bizim gelmek istediğimiz noktayı ortaya koymak. Bunun için maliyetler ve gereksinimleri ortaya koymak üzerine bir proje ama bu proje kapsamında aslında farklı bir çalışma daha yaptık. Atığı kaynak olarak kullanan sektörlerde uygulanması gereken mevcut en iyi teknikleri de belirledik. Bununla ilgili raporumuzu da hazırladık ama henüz paylaşmadık. Onu da paylaşmak istiyoruz. Çünkü atık birçok alanda ham madde olarak kullanılabiliyor. Ve eğer o sektörün bir mevcut en teknik referans dokümanı varsa ne tür uygulamalar yapması gerektiğini de sizlerle paylaşmak istiyoruz. Alternatif ham madde olarak kullanılan atıkların kaynaklandığı sektörlere bakacak olursak da çoğunlukla bizim buradaki numaralar tabii şeyden Avrupa Atık Kataloğu'ndan ve bizim atık yönetim yönetmeliğinin ek 4 atık listesindeki kodlamalardan kaynaklı. 10 dediğimiz ısıl işlem atıklarının altında işte uçucu küller, cüruflar vesaire gibi atıklar var. En çok payı onların aldığını görüyoruz. %65 seviyelerinde. Daha sonra işte kumlu atıkları, inşaat yıkıntı atıkları ve işte atık yönetim tesislerinden çıkan atıklar. Bir de tabii burada dikkat çekmek istediğim maden atıkları var. Yani maden atıklarının aslında bu son yıllara kadar hep depolandığını biliyoruz. Ama az miktarda da olsa bu tür sektörlerde artık ham madde olarak kullanılmaya başlandığını görüyoruz. Bu da oldukça güzel bir gelişme. Ek yakıt tabii Ela Hanım da bahsetti, hani bu döngüsel ekonomi yaklaşımı içerisinde atıkların yakılması, işte yakıt kaynağı olarak kullanılması çok da sevdiğimiz konular değil aslında ama bu şeyi de paylaşmak istiyorum, veriyi paylaşmak istiyorum sizlerle. 2021 yılında 1,5 milyon ton civarında atık ek yakıt olarak kullanıldı. Bunun da çoğu 1,48 milyon tonu çimento tesislerinde. Tabii burada çimento tesislerinde kullanılması gereken 600 bin ton petrokoka alternatif olarak kullanıldı bu atıklar. Ve görece de 0,8 milyon ton sera gazı salımı engellenmiş oldu. Yani petrokoktan kaynaklanacak sera gazı salımı bu ölçüde atıktan karşılanarak belirli bir ölçüde engellenmiş oldu. Burada da sıklıkla kullanılan atıklar, atıktan türetilmiş yakıt, ömrünü tamamlamış lastikler ve arıtma çamurları. Projemiz dediğim gibi 7 Şubat tarihinde başladı döngüsel ekonomi projesi. 3 yıl sürecek bir proje. Faydalanıcısı Genel Müdürlüğümüz ve yüklenici de DAİ firması. Burada büyük bir konsorsiyum, oldukça büyük bir proje, teknik destek projesi. İçerisinde SKD Türkiye'nin de yer aldığı büyük bir konsorsiyum yapısı söz konusu. Biz bu projeyle ne yapmak istiyoruz? Döngüsel ekonomiye tabii ki geçişi teşvik etmek adına ve ülkemizdeki kurumsal teknik kapasiteyi güçlendirmek istiyoruz. Projenin paydaşları oldukça da geniş. En başta Sanayi ve Ticaret Bakanlıkları, bakanlığımızla ilgili birimleri, Türkiye Çevre Ajansı ve diğer ilgili kurum kuruluşlar var. İşte Cumhurbaşkanlığımızın Yatırım Ofisi, Strateji Bütçe Başkanlığı gibi birçok kurum kuruluş var, STK'lar, sektör kuruluşları, odalar, borsalar birliği gibi paydaşlarımız söz konusu. Onlarla beraber bu çalışmaları yürütüyor olacağız. Ve sonuçta da öncelikle bir AB'deki öncelikli sektörleri paylaştım. Zaten aslında sizler de biliyorsunuz. Çoğunlukla ülkemizde de aslında öncelikli sektörler ama AB'ninkiyle aslında sınırlı değil bizim bu proje kapsamında yapacağımız çalışmalar. Ülkemize özgü bir ulusal strateji ve eylem planı oluşturmak adına sektörel önceliklendirme çalışmaları yapılacak. Sonrasında sektör analiz çalışmaları yapılacak ve bu sektörlerde döngüselliğe geçişte neler yapılması gerektiğini hep beraber ortaya koyacağız eylemlerini. Yine diğer yandan ikincil ham maddelerle ilgili ilk döngüsel ekonomi eylem planında yer alan standartların yaygınlaştırılması, kullanım yaygınlaştırılması ile ilgili çalışmaları yapacağız. Ve ülke ekonomisinin daha hızlı gelişmesi için fırsatları detaylandırıyor olacağız bu projeyle beraber. Yine atık iklim ilişkisiyle ben sunumumu sonlandırmak istiyorum. İşte 2019 yılı TÜİK verilerine baktığımızda oluşan karbondioksit emisyonunun %3,4'ünün atık sektöründen kaynaklandığını görüyoruz. Tabii burada atık aslında çok zaman zaman yatay bir sektör haline de gelmiş oldu. Çünkü 3,4'ün içerisinde atık depolama, organik atık depolama ve işte atık su arıtma tesislerinden kaynaklanan atıklar, emisyonlar söz konusu. Ama bunun haricinde tabii geri kazanım sektörü mesela sanayi başlığı altında değerlendiriliyor. İşte enerji sektörünün altında atıktan enerji konuları, onunla ilgili emisyonlar var. O kapsamda değerlendiriliyor. Dolayısıyla böyle bir aslında iklim değişikliği açısından önemli bir sektör atık bütüncül olarak bakıldığında. Bizim de net sıfır emisyon için döngüsel ekonomi ve sıfır atık ilişkisine baktığımızda bir kere en çok beklenen bizden tabii bir döngüsel ekonomi eylem planı çalışmasını ortaya koymak, geri kazanım hedeflerimizi sağlamak, sıfır atığın yaygınlaşmasını sağlamak, bunun geri kazanım hedeflerine ulaşabilmek için sıfır atığın yaygınlaşmasını sağlamak, 2053 yılına kadar düzenli depolamaya atık gönderiminin sonlandırılması diğer bir husus, değer zinciri ve yaşam döngüsü değerlendirmesinin desteklenmesi ve de sanayi ve hizmet sektöründe sera gazı azaltımı için etkin atık yönetiminin gerçekleştirilmesi ve bunu sağlamaya yönelik de teşvik mekanizmalarının geliştirilmesi ve tabii ki her konuda olduğu gibi eğitim ve farkındalık çalışmalarının yürütülmesi diyorum. Ben sunumumu burada bitiriyorum. Çok teşekkürler.
Adiye Hanım, biz de çok teşekkür ederiz. Bu son derece doyurucu, kapsamlı sunumla aslında konunun politika, hukuk, mevzuat ve elbette kaçınılmaz biçimde teknik yönlerine de temas etmiş olduk bu oturumda. Şimdi sorular var. Süremiz kısıtlı. O yüzden şöyle bir yöntemle ilerleyeceğim. Önce Ela Hanım'a 3 tane soru soracağım. Toplam süresi 3 dakika. Kısaca not alabilirse bu soruları birer dakika içinde cevaplıyor. 3 dakika sonra kendisinden mikrofonu alacağız. Daha sonra da 3 soru da Sadiye Hanım'a yönelteceğiz. Şimdi Ela Hanım, birincisi benim sorum. Çünkü bu döngüsel ekonomi bölgesel girişimini dinlerken imtiyazlı krediden bahsettiniz. Malum finansman maliyetlerinin yükseldiği, küresel düzeyde enflasyonun yükselme seyri gösterdiği bir dönemdeyiz. Bu kredi ne kadar imtiyazlı bir kredi? Çünkü yatırımcıların şöyle bir ekonomik konjonktürde yatırıma kalkışabilmesi için kredinin biraz gerçekten imtiyazlı olması lazım. İkinci sorum gene benim. Yaklaşık yatırımların döngüsel ekonomi kapsamındaki EBRD finansmanının yaklaşık yarısının imalat sanayinde olduğunu görüyoruz. Burada kırılım nasıl? Ağırlıklı bizim ağır sanayi diye tabir ettiğimiz sektörlere mi yöneliyorsunuz? Enerji yoğun sektörlere mi yöneliyorsunuz? Yoksa böyle daha yatay bir dağılımı var. Üçüncü sorumuz Seda Erzen size sormuş. EBRD döngüsel ekonomi kredi desteklerini verirken yeni kurulacak firmalara da bu destekleri sağlıyor mu diyor. Böyle bir aydınlatma ihtiyacı olmuş. Siz bu soruları not alırken ben o arada Sadiye Hanım'a sorularımı aktarayım. Sadiye Hanım, birinci sorum iklim şurası ile ilgili. Biliyorsunuz birkaç hafta önce iklim şurası yapıldı. 217 taslak karar metni açıklandı. 217 maddeden oluşan. Çok önemli bir adım olduğunu düşünüyor. Sizce orada öne çıkan ve bugün anlattığınız konularla bağlantılı olan başlıklar neler? Özellikle altını çizmek istediğiniz hususlar var mı? Tabii ki 217 maddenin tümünden bahsetmenizi beklemiyorum ama bugünkü çizdiğiniz çerçeveyle kesişen başlıklar neler? İkinci sorumuz Elif Gerek Hanım sormuş. Biraz zor bir soru, cevaplamak zorunda değilsiniz ama ben aktarmış olayım. İngiltere'den son 3 yılda Türkiye 481 bin ton plastik atık gönderilmesi gibi çöp ithalatıyla ilgili konuya nasıl bir yorum yaparsınız diyor. Üçüncü sorumuz da bir yüksek lisans öğrencisi hanımefendi göndermiş. Döngüsel ekonomi konusunda ekonometrik modele dayanan bir çalışma yapmak istiyormuş ama yeterli verileri bulamıyormuş. Ben hani siz cevaplayın ama ben genel itibariyle Türkiye'nin bir veri cehennemi olduğunu her platformda tekrarlayan biri olarak bir giriş yapmış olayım. Siz devamında söylersiniz. Cahit Günaydın'ın bir sorusu var. Döngüsel ekonomi platformlarının endüstriyel simbiyoz projelerindeki rolü, konumu nedir, bu artırılabilir mi? Burada bir adres göremediğim için ben kısaca söyleyeyim. Endüstriyel simbiyoz döngüsel ekonominin en böyle gözde proje şeyidir. Elbette merkezinde, kalbinde yer alması gerekir ama biliyorsunuz uygulaması bütün döngüsel ekonomi projelerinin içinde en zor olanlarından bir tanesidir. Elbette ki iş adamı örgütlerinin de bunların geliştirilmesinde rolü olacaktır. Ben birazcık öyle cevaplamış olayım. Sözü hızla Ela Hanım'a veriyorum. Ela Hanım buyurunuz, süreniz 3 dakika.
Teşekkürler Kubilay Bey. Ben önce bu imtiyazlı kredi ne kadar imtiyazlı? O sorudan başlayacağım. Tabii burada yani projeye bağlı olarak hem imtiyazlı kredi miktarı hem işte kredi faizi değişebiliyor. Artı şirketin ne kadar çevresel hedefi olduğuna, bunları ne kadar güzel bir planla gerçekleştiğine de bağlı olarak değişebiliyor. Değişen oranlarda gelebiliyor. Yani şöyle söyleyebilirim. İmtiyazlı kredi oranı döngüsel ekonomik kredi oranının %30'una kadar çıkabiliyor. Ama burada hani en yüksek verebileceğimiz miktar projenin %30'u oluyor. Bu %30'u belirlerken de çevresel faydaya bakıyoruz. Yani eğer bir projenin birden fazla alanda çevresel faydası varsa, yani mesela hem malzeme kullanımını hem sera gazını, işte hem KOK emisyonlarını hem plastik miktarını arttırıyorsa o proje en yüksek miktarda imtiyazlı krediden faydalanabiliyor. Artı eğer şirket sadece bir teknoloji yatırımı yapmakla kalmayıp bunun üzerine kendisine bir takım döngüsel ekonomi stratejileri ve yol haritası da belirlerse daha da düşük bir faiz oranından faydalanabiliyor. Yani şirketin çevresel fayda ve bu konudaki hırsına göre buradan sağlayabileceği imtiyaz daha fazla olabiliyor diyebiliriz. Bunu özellikle o şekilde yaptık ki hani şirketler daha fazla çevresel fayda sağlayacak projeleri gerçekleştirebilsin, teşvik edebilelim.
Hanım
Umarım
süreniz doldu ama ben bir dakika daha veriyorum.
Our time is up,
Bir dakika içinde alalım.
tamam.
and we shall have it for one minute. Let's talk about the other two questions. There's really not that much of a dominant sector, we can say. There's also metal processing and metal manufacturing plants. We're working together with them. We are working with electrical and electronic devices manufacturers. Of course, even we don't say majority, there has been really great steps has been taken from these sectors. For your second question. For your third question, we're talking for startups. Are we giving any? Of course, this kind of investment, this really risky investment, are experienced on the part most likely for guarantee, getting a guarantee in items or guaranteed more approaches can be created to help with these risky things. When we take a look at the project, if there's a project in the company, really happy to talk with them. I think I passed my time, but I hope that I could give my answers.
Teşekkür ederim Ela Hanım. Banu Hanım'ın izniyle
Uh,
3 dakika daha kullanabilirim.
And I want
Çok
to
teşekkür
use
ederim.
3 more minutes
Onları
with the
blokladığından dolayı.
thanks
Sadiye
with
Hanım'a
Svanu.
veriyorum.
Let's like to give the stage to Mrs. Sadiye. Thank you.
İklim Şurası'nda 2017 adet karar metni
There,
açıklandı.
there has been a new regulation, of course.
Paylaşılması ilgili
When it was published to the public,
onunla ilgili ben bir şey diyemeyeceğim ama atıkla
I can talk about before it's going to the public. When in the discussions has happened of waste topic, I can talk about that. What is the things that will show not at first? We can talk about. We have to take a look at the circular economy action plan should be announced, but I don't think it's going to be announced. We have to increase the reusable material, and I hope that it will be used. I think will they be published it with? I don't know how they're going to publish to the public. From England, wastes are coming from there. In 2020, with the Basel Agreement about the plastic waste has been come into force. We have to go more forward than that. In Bazar said that you can do it as a trade, but I take it, I make it a controlled waste, but we restricted the import of it. There's a public opinion on that part. As at the recent months, we can see waste come before came in our government in 2019. It creates a really big problems. From 2021, there has been no manufacturing of imported plastic. We are a country that has lots of potential for industrialization for plastic and cloth. We are really strong on that part. Importing waste trade is really important. But as a policy, as a ministry, we think that a quality waste, the usable waste import is more important. We want to make it more common for everyone. That's why unqualified or unusable waste has been banned. That we are currently trying to import more waste that can be usable and has more quality. When we take a look at the econometric metrics, it is not our utmost concern. It's going to be work on it. We shall do statistical work on that part. Of course, we are really happy to work with cooperation. Our door is always open, always like to talk about that part. I hope that you monitor and watch our projects more. For circular economy platform, as you all said very greatly. We have a project with SDK, Good Market Project. We create the platform. As we said, circular economy platform stayed out in a different place. As a ministry, we don't have any software on that part. When you take a look at the EU countries, they always work from the trade lobbies. We don't have any talk about this, or we don't have any regulation on this part. Even if it is everything is corresponds and applicable for the regulation, if it is okay with the applications, we shall encourage them more for circular economy. I have talked about this. With this project works, we can move on a different subject. As I talk about we collect everything for waste. Let's talk about a site material, raw material that has been secondary material has been talked about from the agriculture ministry has said that it can be only used on that sector. We have to take a look at what we don't have any data on that part. What does that secondary materials return back to the economy? We can do a work on that part, and time will tell about that. Mr. Sadiq, Q&A was really going very great, but Mrs. Manu getting angry with me about that. I'd like to thank you all and Mrs. Ella about your answers that given questions and your presentations. I would have other additional comments, but I like to give stage to the Mrs. Banu again.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank you, Mr. Kubilay.
Sayın Bilgiç Karabulut'un hem
As
Sayın Yılmaz
Mrs.
Akgün'ün
Sadiye and
için
Mrs. Ella
çok teşekkür
contribution, I'd like to thank you.
Etkinliğimize
Our event, we have a quick break. We shall start at quarter until 2. Like, I'd like to talk to you again. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
We will be here after the break.
Değerli katılımcılarımız,
Dear participants,
sunumumuzun konu başlığı Türkiye
the topic
Endüstrisi'nin
of
döngüsel
our
ekonomi
other
dönüşümünün
session
yolu.
is that is the
Döngüsel
roadmap
ekonomi
of
felsefenin
circular
ortak
economy
taşıması
in
oluyor.
Turkey and how the
Oturum
adaptation can be happen.
gerçekleştiğinde konuklarımız
For sessions
Türkiye
guests
Odalar ve Borsalar Birliği
from the
Yönetim Kurulu
lobbies,
üyesi
trade
Cihan
lobbies
Osmanoğlu'nu,
director,
Türkiye İhracatçılar
Şah
Meclisi,
Hüseyer,
Sürdürülebilirlik
and
ve Sosyal
for
Sorumluluk
Sustainable
Komitesi Kadın Konsey Başkan
Sustainable Energy
Yardımcısı
Committee,
Nilgün
Nilgün
Özdemir'i,
Özdemir,
Türk Sanayicileri ve İş
and
İnsanları
from
Derneği,
the
Çevre ve İklim
Turkish
Değişikliği Çalışma
Industrialist
Grubu
Business
Başkanı
People
Fatih Özkadı'yı,
Director Fatih
Türkiye
Özkadı,
Aile İşletmeleri
for
Derneği
Turkey
Başkanı Tekin
Director
Urhan'a
of
davet
Family
ediyorum.
Business, Tekin
Sözü
Urhan.
oturum moderatörü,
I will give the
Hedeflediğimiz
speech
Dünyası
and
Platformu,
stage to the
Sınırlı Karbon
Mr. Çağrı, our
Düzenlemeleri
moderator,
Çalışma Grubu Başkanı Çağrı
and
Köseyener'e
as I
bırakıyorum.
will say the moderator Çağrı Köseyener.
İzleyiciler, ben de hepinizi
Dear
saygıyla selamlıyorum.
participants,
Sivil toplum
I
kuruluşları,
welcome you all
endüstrilerimiz
with
adına hepiniz
respect,
hoş geldiniz
and I
diyorum.
like to welcome you all.
Bu oturumda
In this
değerli
session,
temsilcilerimizle
we have
ülkemizde
esteemed
döngüsel ekonomi konusundaki
representatives.
SDK
We will talk about the works about SDG is doing about the sustainable economy. I like to first introduce myself.
Eczacıbaşı grubunda
Since the
sürdürülebilir tarım ve ekonomi
2008,
istatistikler
I have
politikaları
been
altında
being
Ankara temsilcisi
working
olarak
as
görev
an
yapıyorum.
Ankara representative of Eczacıbaşı Group,
Dünyasındaki görevime bağlandığımı
and
söylediler.
as
Yedek
Banu said
ekonomi
about my other
ilişkiler
titles, I
müsteşarı
have been working
Düzenli
for
Avrupa
public
Ticaret
for
İşbirliği ve
22
Değişikliği
years.
bulundu.
I had different
Boğaziçi
works
Üniversitesi
and have
Siyaset
worked
Bilimi
for
Kolombiya
international
Üniversitesi
works
Kamu
too.
Yönetimi'nde yüksek
And
lisansım
for
var.
public management,
Sorulara
I have a
geçmeden
master
önce
on the
ilk söz vereceğim top
other
temsilcimiz Sayın Cihan
international
Gökmenoğlu'na tanıtmak isterim ben.
universities. I like
Sayın
to first
Gökmen
talk about
1954 Mersin doğumlu.
was
Lise
born
eğitimini
in
Afro-Amerikan Birleşik Kaliforniya
1954,
Üniversitesi
Mr.
İşletme'de
Cihat,
tamamladı. Cornell Üniversitesi'nde
in
İnşaat
Cornell
Mühendisliği lisans ve
University
yüksek
for
lisans derecesi aldı.
construction engineering, has their own master
Ticaret Odası'nın kurulmasında aktif rol
and
aldı.
had an active role about creating the business and trade lobby,
Top delegeli, yüksek
and
koordinasyon
from top
kurulu
delegacy,
üyeliği
from
ve tahkim
has a
üyeliği
great
görevleri
coordination
aldı.
leadership.
1995 yılında
In the
itibaren
1995,
Mersin
since
Tarım
then,
İşleticisi AŞ'de yönetim
with the
kurulu üyeliği
Mersin
almakta.
İşletme
2000-2018
Inc. has been working as a director on that part,
Mersin Yönetim Kurulu Başkanlığı
as
yaptı.
has done the
2018
board of
Avrupa
become
seçimlerinde
the
yönetim kurulu
chairman
üyesi
of
ve
board of
Türkiye
directors,
KKTC Ticaret Odası Forumu
and
Türk tarafı eş
for
başkanı
trade
görevini
has
üstlendi.
worked for Trade Fund
Cihat Bey
as well.
firmaları,
Mr. Cihat
soğuk
has
ve
also
iş
their own
konularında
have their own companies
ülkemizin en önemli ticari
for our
ortağı olan Avrupa
countries.
Birliği'nde yeşil
Of the
mutabakatı
greatest
yürütmek
partner of
üzere
our
hepimiz
country,
çok
the
yakından takip
EU
ediyoruz.
trade
Yeşil
partner,
mutabakatın
we always watch and monitor what they say and look at the standards. And currently, the most focus point is about the circular economy. We're taking the principle of life cycle. We talk about the services and business models should become a norm. We have to increase the competition force, and we have to try to give new ways for the consumer to apply. As you can see, most things about the secondary and first raw materials are most important on that part. In the foreign markets, the usage of secondary materials are morely influenced and increased. In this concept, from the important SDK representatives of Turkey, for what can tell about the circular economies and for creating more business models for circular economy. What can you say about that? What kind of policies or adjustments should be done, and what kind of policies can help the fasten the pace to transition to the circular economy? Thank you, Mr. Çağrı, for business world representatives, esteemed participants. As for the Turkey's To trade and stock market lobbies, I'd like to welcome you all. I'd like to give you regards from our other director. The circular economy is going for really great for us. We've seen that new coming ways will change everything in the next coming century. Trade, agriculture, in every sectors, climate change shall shape everything, and if we don't take steps that with great magnitude, we won't be reaching the goals of the Paris Agreement. And EU has taken the most magnitude of steps and said that they will change all of their industrialization. With after that the publishing of this paper, lots of new development and innovation has come to force. As we said, the regulation has started to be changed from everything else. New action and strategies has been published in the Green Action. We can see that circular economy is one of the most important part of it. We always go with the principle of take it, use it, and waste it, because we don't know much about it. We always give lots of waste mountains that harms the environment and the people. With the products we manufacture, we have to repair them and use it again. Or maybe if it is not possible to repair or reuse it, we have to recycle them and create a circular economy that helps with that. As Mr. Char said, can create new opportunities also. As our climate change minister said, the zero waste project is currently in the every management has seen it and using the already taken resources to atmospherist. In our path for transition to circular economy, after this year, we have a new deposit system, and there's a great step we have taken for circular economy, for international ways. We can see it really shows make us our local sectors to make it with the change. We can talk about the beverage giants of the international. They will they will give promise to use packaging to be more recyclable. Let's talk about the clothing sector. Until the 2030, they promise and they planning to go to the 100% renewable energy and everything. They think that they will be using organic materials. With that, our own factories and companies are made to have to make their work applicable with that applicable with the regulations, and said that they sent their message to suppliers that they will work with that. So they will work with the suppliers that they use and implement this kind of regulations. I am really happy to say this. In Turkish private sector, we have started working with a very fast rate, and they start creating sustainable regulations for their own company. They calculate and scale their own carbon footprint and put up their own goals. Also, they become more important with export with the changes they do. Our members, we always inform them and also give consultancy on that part. Stock market directors are currently we have, and our sector representatives. We have groups about the European Green Action Committee. We look at sectoral talk about, and we also create sectoral documents, and we put a light on that part. How can we give more service to our members? How we can create more capacity? We always work on that for our lobbies and stock markets for climate change challenge. We hope that they will become more concerned about climate change and work on the way that they can do in the transition to circular economy. Using making a great waste management is really important. Our sectoral council has been talking about for the waste management. It has to be increased, to be changed is really important. To have with international promises, the work that has to be done is currently in our council has been talking on. As we will talk about other waste, there has been new improvements on the circular economy, using less of our natural resources and taking a look at the reason why the waste is created. Minimize or mitigating the waste production is really important and has to become the main focus point of it. But of course, there's a national point of it too. As our trade ministry's leadership with the Green Action Plan, it has been put on the subject. In the last has happened the climate meeting had in Konya. They talked about they will do more about it. As we talk about the EU regulation with our different ministries start to work on their own regulations. As for our country, they try to create a carbon regulation, and it has to be a priority for us. As Turkey's lobbies and stock markets directorship, we want to work. Will give our utmost contribution, and we shall share our ideas and experiences. For transition to circular economy, we shall work together with. We have to work together with our universities. Thank you.
Sayın Lokmanoğlu'na çok teşekkür
Like,
ederim değerlendirmeleri
thank
için.
Mr. Jad for this talk.
Özetlediğim kadarıyla kamu
As well, a summary with the public adjustments, as given information on that part, has talked about has shown the international companies and also give for the private sector's work on that part. And of course, and try to show the demand and the needs of the sectors that has been created and given information on that part. We like to thank Mr. Cihat on that part. As for second, I'd like to give to our representative of TÜZİAD, Mr. Fasya. I'd like to give some information about them. Has done sustainable work, was in Arçelik company about circular economy and for sustainable development has been work. Is a real profession on that part. Graduated from İTÜ, had their master in the coming year. In 2014 and 2017, had the directorship of environment. Since the March 2017, for sustainable has been with directorship for sustainability. Is a group director of TÜSİAD for environmental work. Of course, as a member of board of directors for the housewares. And for Mr. Fatih, I'd like to ask you first a question for TÜSİAD for this report. In TÜSİAD May of 2021, the circular economy document has been published. In our country's current today's status, how can you evaluate the circular economy transition? And what can you say about that? Mr. Çağrı, thank you for your introduction. I welcome you all with respect. I'd like to start with your first question. And this event has been doing. It's really pleasure for me to be joining you with us here. I like to give thanks for giving this opportunity. Before giving your answer to your opportunity, let's talk about the micro perspective about the circular economy. As you all know, in the World Economic Platform, the report about it in 2022, lots of risks the world is facing. It's mostly about the environmental problems from the forward increase of global increase in temperature should not exceed 1.5. It is really important as our talk about the Mediterranean region. We can say that there's an increase of 20% in global ways. When we take a look at this, for our planet, the green change and transition is really important. It is nothing about the decision or selection. It is a mandatory thing we have to do for the environmental sustainability and green transition is a main topic of this world right now. And for TUSIAD, for the 15th foundation year of TUSIAD, about the report we shall publish, we will show how we can develop our country. We can talk about this with that in the path that in the economic model that the Turkey will work and move on that part. For the fight against climate change, for a country to preserve its fighting competitive power, it's really important. As we all know, green transition, zero carbon is really important, and green energy usage, and for digitalization and sustainable finance, we are following up as TUSIAD. The European green economy and action plans we are following up really great. From the reusable to recycle and increasing recyclable material for social, for economical and environmental benefits shall come with them too. Circular economy doesn't just create employment opportunities, also create a value in the sector. Green action, one of the greatest, we always create an action plan for circular economy. As to see it in 2021, for what will we create the report for public and published it about sustainable economy. We will talk about sustainable product and sustainable work and jobs. We always talk about this and monitor it from the European side. And of course, try to understand what the business life is working on. And for our national regulation, we try to put it on our way. When we, of course, another important thing is in plastic. And in that subject, as we said, Turkey, Sustainable Development Turkey, and Business Life Plastic Development as built upon by TUSIAD, helping with the plastic pollution and creating a process. We're trying to give our utmost support. We are trying to create, it's really important to create less plastic polluted areas. And one important thing is that for carbon footprint and for making more production monitoring, digital product passport is really important. In coming years in Europe, it's going to be more effective. It's becoming a more effective tool in coming years. Digital product passport is really important. We all shared with our partner Business Europea, with Europe Council, and we think that it will be help with that. In digital product passport and for the help for the adaptation of it and taking these changes with the coming times, it's really important. For me, for the special question you have asked, I'd like to give a quick answer for that. In Turkey, for transition to circular economy, the applications in the current happening in Turkey to strengthening the infrastructure to transition to circular economy is really important. Circular economy structure to implementing to the sector and creating a adaptable place. Some things has to be changed. Additional change has to be happen. After that, with the R&D works and creating innovative works, that companies should be supported. This sort sharing and other chain or value in other products in the value of chain, giving finance support is really important. In that scope, we have one or two solution for that. For the Europe Union regulation, end of waste, we have to create a regulation for that part and add it to our own implementation and applications. Another subject is about the symbiosis of in the sector. And there should be more broadened and more scoped project should be had to be working on. In that scope for symbiosis of in the sector, has to create a symbiosis network has to be created for talking about raw material, water, and of course the usage and sharing of it is needed in the regulation changes. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederiz Fatih Bey değerlendirmeleriniz için. Gerçekten özellikle sınırda karbon düzenlemesi uygulamasının başlamasıyla ya da 2026'da başlayacak olmasıyla bu dönüşümü gerçekleştirmemiz bir zorunluluk haline alıyor. Ve rekabet gücünü sizin de belirttiğiniz gibi başka bir şekilde korumamız mümkün değil. Sayın Özkar'da döngüsel ekonominin eylem planının yeşil
We are
mutabakatın
going to talk. It's really important and talk about how it is important to use and help talk about what the TUSIAP has been doing and support about the sustainable economies and circular economies and talk about the sectoral symbiosis. It is really important for sectoral and for companies. Cooperation is really important. We shall do great work. And if you have, let's talk about the team representative. I will give to Mrs. Ürgün the stage. I'd like to give introduction on that part. Our Mrs. Nigül team representative is deputy director, has been working on other, has born in Samsun, graduated from Darüşşafaka High School, and for climate action plan for cloth sector has great experience on that part. In 1980, become one of the environmental has been working on the environmental companies. In 2008, has started working on a different company. In 2022 and 2000, working on a different company. In 2018, started work, has become a board of directors, become a IHTİP representative, is currently a deputy director for Turkey, is a member of Turkey's Commission of Clothing. And as I said, is a deputy director of your team. And as for self, for your private sector members, what do you do? What is your companies are working on? Can you give information on that part? Thank you. Thank you. We talk about as a manufacturer and exporter deputy director. I'd like to welcome you all joining this kind of great event is really important for me. talking about circular economies, adaptation, and roadmap panel, and giving me a place on this panel is really important, and I'm really happy. Thank you. I have to talk about how graduated, how grateful I am about that. Let's talk about the climate change. Our fight against climate change has been working on. It's a really important subject for all of us. It's a trade and a social subject of it. For as our identity as a trade person and a export person. Circular economy is really important, and so it's a really great subject. It's become one of the Europe Green Action Plan. As the take it, use it, and waste it is a principle that we still can't use it because it is not sustainable. We need a systemical change. It is really important. We don't have any escape from it. Systemical change is one of the priority in agenda. As chemical, plastic, automobile, cloth is my own area. From battery to electrical devices, it is on the priority in our every sector. It is important for our circular economies. For our exporters to be adapted to this kind of system, as we are in export, if we are going to become more bigger or have to grow and to reach our goals, we have to make great changes in our system. As for the Council of Exporters, Turkey Council of Exporters, with our council, without you consuming earth, we will manufacture for earth. We also put our action plan in the last year of June. If we talk about our first action plan is creating a science group in our own council. We taken a help from specialists on that part. Lots of components and data has been happened to get in the same system, and we always talk about the export of zero waste. We create the zero waste action plan, and we had our second action plan, and now third action plan is in the digital mentorship. Every exporter companies, we are trying to give our mentorship, and we are working on that part. Our fourth article is that about the for corporate carbon footprint in our work on that part with the team's leadership from EKIP, from ITIP, for chemical materials, and with UNEP. We create a project for EU. It is currently in the waiting for approval. It's left behind lots of projects which we are using we try to create a Europe Union finance fund for our exporters. Talking about we are talking about digital mentorship. In this action plan, we are talking about what we can do in the future. We can give it as a education and training and giving awareness to make it more than an awareness for exports, and creating a roadmap for them is really important. For advanced purifier technologies with SDKs, with our academicians, with universities cooperation together, we are doing great work together. And with that, for our export companies, giving them a road and a way to use it. And we also try to create a green finance. We also do talk about that as for Women Council and other deputies of Women Council. For this green finance man, we are currently doing our work on that part. Creating a sustainable supply chain creating us new ways is very important. How we can do the management of supply chain. We try to we will when we identify our way and roadmap, we try to share them with our exporters. As our project, we try to develop a certification system. In the certification applications, in that carbon footprint from traceability, what can we do? It could be organic cotton. This certification processes every circulation, creating a supply chain. Supply chain is really important. Renewable energy sources is another action plan. It's about sustainable growth and development and sustainable employment. When we talk about lots of action plan, our last article is the digital product passport and traceability. If you make it all of them traceable, it is the only way you can be successful in the Europe and in America sectors. You can see the circularity of the product. Lots of manufacturer, investors or startups for climate change, for sustainable development, they have to be more to give them more share information with them, and with our digital mentorship and talking about the climate change, of course, in the border, talking about the adjustment and regulation of carbon. It is really important. We can see that the companies can work together. We try to put them on a database, and with that database, try to make it more traceable with that, with all of our public sectors. Of course, we're working with the work groups. As you all know, for Environment and Climate Ministry has said in the last workshop they did, we were with them together, we joined them. We had our role as exporters there, for universities, for exporter companies. They can take from our works and always be in contact with us for national, for international funds, how to be more accessible. This kind of mentorships programs we try to give answer to them. Our esteemed academicians have really great works on that part, and we think that if they will show them a way for our exporters, for our green actions, with this kind of methods, we try to give them more ideas, and we'll create more training and education programs, and we put them on live. It is first in Turkey, as we did first, with the sector representatives for academicians and ministry representatives with their contributions. As you all know, Marmara region is one of the gives the greatest contribution to our export. We did a training program in Marmara and implemented. For every region, needs are really different. Export opportunities are really different. When we take a look at the regional needs and the regional training programs, we did it on them. We always put on topic in our supply chain. In another program, we will work on the Ege region of us. For circular economy principles, creating work models for that, and our companies that work on that part, giving good examples and with platforms and panels and in digital and of course in hard copies. We try to give information transfer and give them the correct information. And with that, we are being a pioneer in our members, and we can see that our members have awareness are increasing. Is really important, as the others presenters have said. It is it will happen with technological investment, with technological development, and make this happen, as we can say, you need a finance, and everyone thinks that how they going to cost, how they will manage the cost. Our experts always talk about. We think there will be research and development. They will invest in technology. How are they going to do this? As we talk IPO project from Europe Union finance sources used. How do you can take it to force? Because in grant finance, there are some projects that we use. Of course, these projects are not easy to implement, but our work is to tell about how they can use it, what they can use for their own contribution, and we also give our help with the mentorship. uh, with Ellen MacArthur Foundation's help, course, global help, the design is important. We're talking about this. Let's start with design first. If we can design, we can plan our manufacture on that part, using resources greatly to work the economy, work together greatly, and of course, creating to create a cooperation for system change topics is really important. We can take it for our country.
Standartizasyon ve sertifikasyon çalışmalarına yatırım ve teşvikler ile ulusal ve uluslararası diyalogların geliştirilmesine yönelik çalışmalar yürütülmesi, yeşil dönüşüm
So
süreci
for green transformation, it is very
geri dönüşüm, sürdürülebilirlikten
vital. So talking about green transformation, it's not our luxury, but it is our must. And in the next days, with the regulations of EU, it should be done. So we should be making and sharing our experience. We need to take actions. This is what I could say for Turkish Exporters Union. This transformation is without doubt, and for the corporate infrastructure for big companies, it is easy. Therefore, for our exporters and companies, developing projects are important, and the one which is most common is Turkey Chamber of Commerce. And Mrs. Nilgün talked about projects and action plans. I believe they are important. Now, if you allow me, now TAYDER, Turkey Family Enterprises Association, Tekin Urhan will be with us, and he's born in 1960 Antakya, and political sciences he graduated. And Mr. Tekin is very successful. And in 2009, again with his brothers and sisters, Collision and Collision. This is the Krokan in direct export, and it is very successful. And Cliocant company got award like QIAP project, one of the best developing companies, 5th COSGAP Great Award, Kocaeli Industrial Zone Performance.
Tekin Bey 2017 yılında tarımsal
In 2017, he entered to agricultural industry with irrigation dropping system. Again, he is the chairman of Akçam and Doğacan companies, and also a member of the Kocaeli Chamber of Commerce and the head of the Foreign Affairs, and also member of the Turkish Chambers and Commerce. Thank you, Mr. Çağrı. The sustainability is now vital. So having this activity, I would like to thank all the colleagues of the United Nations Development Objectives 70th is very important partnership for objectives, and in Turconfed and its Sustainable Development Association is collaborating. I find this very valuable. On the other hand, representing the Turkish business world, we have distinguished speakers. And at this point, I would like to look at the circular economy. As you all know, the family companies, only 30% goes to second generation, 17% third generation, and the fourth generation only 3%, unfortunately. So 97% is erased. Therefore, from that point of view, in the family companies, the importance of the sustainability concept is once more there. So it's in the genes of the family company and growing and developing with the founder, and everyone is having this our tie there for development for generations. And as the foundation, all the studies are over sustainability axis. Therefore, circular economy and its principles, and for adaptations, we are trying to look from the comprehensive, holistic approach. And we are supporting the family enterprises to be corporate and sustainability. Regarding the circular economy to be in regulation, there are works for public, private, and NGOs. There are many places, and actually regarding the circular economy, it needs to be done. And TEİDER, in the center, there is the sustainability concept, many projects and informative objectives. Sustainability is important for our world because there is no other world we can live on it. Therefore, instead of companies earning money, but the beneficial ones for the world, and if we continue like producing like this and polluting the world, there will be no more. You can be very big or earn money as company, but if you cause environmental problems, then you should know that you have no value. Today, we need to understand these points very well. So from this point of view, sustainability and under social responsibility, we have 3 fields of studies. And in the family companies, 360 degrees, it is specially designed in the sustainability program. Since 2010, we are updating and developing and exercising it. And the institutions applying for this program in 6 titles: corporate management, employee, business model, environment, society, family, and next generation. Under this title, having this training by Taider and the field visits at the end of the program to the institutions developed fields. So these reports are given by this way to the institutions. We provide a route map. For instance, in the environment field, the institutions attending to the program in energy and water usage, and for having an environmental management system, including the carbon waste, also efficient management of the wastes, and whether they have renewable energy sources, how much they use, and what is the effect of the greenhouse gas. So the impact on these and in the environmental politics, it comes from these fields. For the institution attending to the program, we also provide informative webinars. In our Northern Star webinar, COP26, and in the communication economy, we provided seminaries, and the third one will be on the Green Deal, and also Levi Coşkun, and on Friday we will have sustainability report and give the training. On the other hand, the environmental impacts in this field in agriculture, industry, and individual water consumption. For instance, in this event of the serial improvement and development in agriculture and industry, under this title, experts and the family company owners having an online webinar, and also with US Embassy and with D-Cube. Under green development, we have a transformation, and third one is in the social responsibility, having the stakeholders. We will have joint events, and all the events, the trainings and sessions is for circular economy principles. For example, in collaboration in May, the topic of the collective food consumption, we will visit them, and of our members having and developing the production models based on circular economy. We have 7 titles: R&D and design. For every company who wants to be active in global, 80% of the environmental impact can be found during the design stage. So we need to act from the scratch with zero waste. And in the circular economy, our members are collecting data and using these platforms and technologies. Especially in the digital transformation, they give priority, and we should not forget their efforts. And also energy be produced and provided from renewable sources.
Biz teşekkür ederiz Tekin Bey.
Thank you so much.
Gerçekten aile şirketlerinin kurumsallaşması
Really making the family companies corporate and
çok önemli bir konu.
transferring them to the next generation is important. And then the biggest fight is sustainability and circular economy. Therefore, we appreciate your efforts. Thank you once more. Now we are 14:38, our limited time. We need to go fast. So my second question now, it's about the supply chain in the circular economy. In the Green Deal Action Plan, as it is mentioned, it is great importance in the circular economy and the integration of it. How we can provide it, what kind of solutions, and for accelerating this process and creating synergy, what should be done? Thank you. And the field is where it's a very wide field, and in the international companies are making their within scope of the circular economy. Imagine you are trying to produce a shirt. And the amount of yards and the energy used and during the delivery and even fuel oil. There are too many issues which needs to be considered, and the circular economy, all the supply chain should be reconsidered, and they will have lesser greenhouse gas models they will make. And for a more green and circular economy, for employment, there will be new possibilities. And by considering the product and life cycle, reducing the carbon dioxide. So all kind of companies will be one step ahead. Many of the companies to reach the time they are making this. Every company is making this. Environment department and the research and R&D department are looking for how we can make better and environment-friendly companies. And some big companies in circular economy, along with they transform their suppliers as well. In the shortest time, as the Turkish Chamber of Commerce, the sustainability and supply chain training programs for SMEs and for green transformation, we are running these programs. With the help of this program, the global companies, the companies in their own supply chain, including their potential companies to this group, environmental management system, waste management, sustainability reporting, and water and carbon footprint and greenhouse gas reporting. We are providing a wide range of guiding, and in the fields of the renewable energy, we are sad to see that they couldn't make the potential, and the energy efficiency projects of the companies and transiting to the renewable energy, the obstacles in bureaucratic means especially regarding the companies to establish registered solar panel power plants should be encouraged, and this is important to create for them to new paths. In order to provide this green transformation, there is a serious amount of investment is needed. Of course, what kind of investments activities are green? We should first find it out. Which industries, which investments are green investment? We need a framework for that. And this framework should be applied in all the institutions, including the financial industry. It is very vital in accessing the finance. They call taxonomy in European Union, and they have completed their draft studies, and our country should provide a taxonomy immediately to reach the national and international finance. And all the programs, we are in a time that it will be difficult than draft. And it is a time of next 30 years, and within this time, the steps we take should be carefully taken, and to this Green Deal, in the short and long term, we should start designing it. While I end my words, in our country celebrated second time the Circular Economy Week outputs to be beneficial. Now, Mr. Fatih from TÜSİAD. Thank you once more for this quality question. I will try to answer fastly. In the upcoming period, the new dynamics regarding the environmental issues and climate and global climate for all the stakeholders are getting more important. Why this is important? Because on the other hand, is important to reach the efficient finance, and according to ECD criteria, companies having their own infrastructure so this finance that they have reached, on the other hand, for the circular economy, having so much valuable lessons. Why I have highlighted it, as you should appreciate the studies regarding the circular economy. Sometimes the refund cannot be so attractive. So it is important to reach the right finance. On the other hand, it triggered a new economical approach. This new Green Deal and carbon neutral approach of EU is centered for recovery, because European Union, when they have analyzed last 2 decades, both US and from China, now they are behind. So they have found out this very well. And of our country, actually, in the Green Deal action plan, the life cycle analysis and the impact of the economy and a scientific methodology is now upfront. And I see this very valuable, because at this period of time, the thing we should pay attention most is sincerity. And from this greenwashing or manipulations, we should withdraw. And from this point of view, the practices in the We as the TÜSİAD members, with our ancillary industry and suppliers, we find it very important. And to the politics here, actually, the circular economy action plan being prepared and having it with all the stakeholders is important for the efficiency of Turkey and getting better risk management. This competitive network is one of our strongest muscle. It's critical. Actually, the surplus can be used in another industry as an input. And the reason that we should make it in an efficient way, I would like to end my words and our countries, the close position to Europe, the strong labor and adaptation to regulation of EU, and starting from customs union, according to the able to design the products and making is trade. It's our strong muscle, and within this scope, the modernization of the customs union is a must, and in a short time it should be regulated this with eco-design directive, while getting use of these sufficient and in order to reduce the negative impact, and we are targeting to make it better, both sustainable and for the supply security. Monitoring will be a must. For that, digital infrastructure should be a must, and who acts early in transformation will be successful. Thank you so much. We thank you. And in the final consideration, I would mention the customs union, but I won't have time, so I just want to say two sentences. Imagine 1996 or the technical regulations. There is a huge curriculum, and even the highest of the private sector were thinking how we will how we will handle this. And then we created brands and made billions of liras of brands like Arçelik. Our customs muscle is strong. It's similarly in the public-private partnership and in the NGOs, we will have the potential. Now I give the floor to Mrs. Nilgün. There's no chance we can agree to Mr. Fatih. Every point, every sentence, I agree. And the supply chain is directly related with the component of the circular economy. Within this concept, our team sustainability action plan also mentions the management of supply chain. We need to take into consideration in a sustainable manner. Within this scope, the integrated environment information system to be more extended. This is our objective. And of the responsible consumption and production, we are having these targets. And also in the supply chain, all the stakeholders, their acting patterns and thinking manners, we are started the mentoring and guiding, and all the activities are in a wide perspective. Institutions and lawmakers in the private sector we need a multi-site, and in all NGOs in these studies or business world, and they need to be integrated with that. You mentioned sincerity, and when we look at that, really in all of them we need to agree on this. Otherwise, whatever we do in the commerce, when the social side is lacking, then we won't be able to go forward. So in all the areas, we need to realize this sincerity in the integration period. The amount of the waste inventory and taking this under control are important. Here there is I agree that the waste of another sector can be the raw material. And within this scope, to give an example from Eurotex and also what is called rehab, 5 countries have been set, and for being a 6th country, our pressure on EU is continuing. And if for every sector, if we can make rehabs and if we can make it all together with all NGOs, because we are for the same purpose, so if we can make our rehab in industrial level, if we can make them together, both in SME, without giving high burden to exporters by also including them, because supply chain is something like that. But if we make that power together, both the technologically investments to be made here, as there are so many, so in the sharing, it will give more benefit to us. On the other hand, this potential, the highest one, when we look at the key product interaction, we need to find out and to improve the inter-sector collaboration is another issue. I mentioned certification. I talk the monitoring and accountability. All the stakeholders in the supply chain should be important. They need to know this as well. And the objective 9 of our action plan, this certification, is our exporters should be integrated, and by making studies, then the international standardization is being widened. We are also aware that if we have this supply chain strong, for customs union or reaching EU, it will make us stronger. We can send our product to EU with the same This is the digital product passport we set with the technologies like blockchain. So every title we mention are important for our export team, or regarding subsidies, we continue our efforts, and regarding the lawmakers, so we share by paving their way. We continue to turn this process to opportunity. Thank you once more for letting us to tell us about ourselves. We thank you a lot. And now, Mr. Tekin, please. Thank you. The circular economy model and with this model, the enterprises can reduce the waste and inefficiencies and the unprocessed ones, instead of purchasing them, but from the suppliers who uses recycled material, can be selected of this structure. For supply chain, the philosophy is from cradle to grave approach. The purpose here is the
malzemelerin limitsiz kullanım olasılığı düşünülerek bu malzemeleri yeni ürün imalatında girdi olarak kullanabilmek. Ben reel sektörden iki örnek vermek
istiyorum. A few examples from real sector. We in Agrojam company, the dropping pipes, some of the collectors 30% recycle and drop irrigation 100% recycle, just like the example I mentioned. Unfortunately, as we couldn't find the recycling, we had to export, and at this point, we need to get back both for the law and also for the industry. We need to elaborate. On the other hand, we are processing metal and their recycling material is used in steel industry. At this point, actually, it's a value which can be used easily. We can reconsider them. And one of the most bright examples of the circular economy, Nespresso, for example, all those cups, capsules, in certain point where the cargos can get enable the consumers to leave them. So by using them again, and they use as fertilizers. And Carlsberg beer, you all know, this group, a very nice organization, biologically completely disintegratable. But not alone as Carlsberg, the labeling company together, also Denmark Innovation Fund, and also Denmark Technical University. For the final purpose, on one side, it protects the consumer, supplier, and also the university. And also, like Mr. Fatih says, to able to see the financial institute. So at this point, similar practices should be increased in Turkey. The product design from cradle to grave. When you keep this in your mind, actually the synergy you will create is passing through working together. And a material deemed by waste for a producing company can be input for another company. By this way, not only you increase the efficiency, but also reduce environmental damage. And for the objective of sustainability, you can put forward strategies. For this purpose, environmental, social, and economic sustainability concepts with the supply chain we work together. It should cover everything like that. And also in this integration, the first problem we will see is that the purpose of the suppliers, more than the circular economy, but focused on the cost and to meet the demand and deadline, it will be them. Therefore, instead of using cheaper material or renewable energy or using positive fuel, so what kind of a product you produce is not alone, but also within the supply chain, every part should have the proper production method and the product design. Of our companies, the circular economy opportunities, they should look their footprints. Under the name of Northern Star, we have a program as well for all the stakeholders for their operations and in this ecosystem by analyzing in details, and we want them to elaborate the circular economy chances, and they should define it, and they should have the strategical foundations. All the stakeholders, including employee, logistics, suppliers, etc., all the stakeholders should be given correctly, and starting with small steps is important for an efficient circular economy system for the companies. The relations and collaborations should be provided as well in the circular ecosystem. In the good markets, it should be a part of the support and should have clear rules and infrastructure and logistic networks. Of every company should have proper management reporting system so that they should follow this circular strategy. Thank you for giving this opportunity. I would like to thank you as well, like all the participants.
Çok teşekkürler Tekin Bey. Üç soru geldi. Cevaplarınızı çok kısa verebilirsek.
We have three questions. First two is to Fatih, then Mrs. Nilgün. Mr. Fatih, in every city there are the industrial zones. In this industrial zones and the business association, by making circular economy platform, can they get example of them? How our industrialists make the circular economy strategies? Second question, again, Mr. Fatih, in the sustainability report, ESG funds and NFRD directive and other regulations, the Arçelik taxonomy rates, how they are? Thank you. I will try to make it short. The first question is very right. Actually, TÜSİAD has circular economy publishing. I recommend it. On the other hand, if we have a more close collaboration, then we as TÜSİAD ready for that. In our climate and environment change meetings, we can invite the relevant people to give more focused information. And the second question is difficult, but a right one, because the sustainability reports by many stakeholders analyzed and followed by many stakeholders, especially regarding the access to low finance or like green bonds for verification studies are getting this at hand diligently. Therefore, in these reports, all the companies publishing them, I believe, in sincere and honest communication. And last question, As it is for Arçelik, I'm here for TÜSİAD. I'm apologizing, so I cannot answer. But if you write from DM to me, I will be glad to help you. Thank you, Mr. Fatih. This is Nilgün. This question is for you. Of our industrialists in developing the circular economy strategy for having the green mindset, what does team does? Ego to Eco and Euro. What kind of an awareness can be created for the industrialists? Yes, as team in the action plan I mentioned for every industry, actually the action plans to be practiced, we are trying to reflect them in the subsectors, the circular economy in under scope of team, but in different industry, because everyone has different dynamics. Every industry has their priorities or their action plans are different. Therefore, in this from action plan, for every industry having the action plan in their own field, and in textile was number one because its environmental impact a lot, and more than 60% of our textile is to Europe. The first action making is the textile industry and confection as well, because when you say textile, 60-65% of it comes from textile, and actually the other parts, let me say, in the wet process and then the final product. And depending on that, in our second action plan, again, the food sector, and in the food sector, they have completed their preparation, and on next Monday, on 21st, they will announce their own action plan. This is important for the country and for the export of the agriculture sector. And we are preparing for automotive, so every industries in every field of industry are having their own action plan and also leading their own industries. Therefore, team with 12 articles, and so they will contribute to the vision. This was the first question, and for every dynamic in the industries, so expectations are in that level, and in the regional dynamics are also different. Therefore, this mentoring action plan, with our actions, we are trying to reach our companies. If there are companies who think they cannot reach, they can directly contact with us and we give them support. Other than that, in this supply chain, I will tell this greenwashing, we are far beyond when compared to other companies, and in the industry basis, it differs other than the global, let's say, and here our collaborations with all NGOs are important, as you say, in our industrial zones and in the free zones. The joint structuring, both as finance, it will empower us and will help us to get a stronger action plan here. Our demand from the lawmakers, especially starting from the free zones and contributing to this circular economy by meeting in a joint field, as I said, we will get fast action, and in the finance, we will use them more efficiently. Thank you. Before the closure, as a previous public employee, I should highlight that the finance access, Turkey is not lucky. Therefore, our investment incentive programs is through the directorate. If I summarize the current structure, our incentive is based on the scale, this scale of development in this industry, in that industry. So investment for circular economy to be supported in different instruments, making it vertical to make it differentiation, and NGOs, you need to go and ask to incentive directorate. Thank you so much, and we thank top team TİSİAD and KAYDER managers. Thank you for your time. Now I would like to thank all of you for all the participants.
Teşekkür ediyoruz. Saygılar.
Çok teşekkürler. Saygılar sunuyorum. Teşekkürler. Çok sağ olun. Elinize
İyi
sağlık.
günler, başarılar, saygılar.
Teşekkürler, iyi yayınlar.
Ve Sayın Köseyener, değerli katkılarınız için çok teşekkür ederiz. Birazdan Döngüsel Kentler oturumunda görüşmek üzere. Kısa bir ara veriyoruz.
Sorry about that.
Etkinlik akışımızda
For
sıra
our event going on, it is for the city transformation.
İstanbul Teknik Üniversitesi
From ITU moderator
Araştırma Grup Başkanı
and our group director for transformation, Professor Dr. Meryem Birgül Çolakoğlu,
Doktor Duygu
Climate Activities, Doktor Duygu Erten, İstanbul Municipality, İstanbul Planning Agency, Oktay Kargülü, from co-founder, from the architecture, and Emre Uzuncu, from Lahti Municipality, Environment Coordinator, Yeni.
Sözü Sayın
I'd like to give the stage to the Mrs. Çolakoğlu. Hello everyone, welcome for Circular City. As you know, circular economy is different from direct economy. So circular cities is very important for cities policies about circular cities. Circular policies is really important, and we have really great participants here. I like to give the first stage to the Mrs. Duygu. Circular is really important and has been talked about and it become a topic in Europe Union as well. For cities and for circular economies, how kind of relationship between them can you say? Thank you, my esteemed professor. I created a presentation, but I can't show you the presentation right now. I can start like this. As you all know, for buildings and construction, has created 38 emission, and I think the construction materials creates the 11%. The material process and transportation and carbon is getting more increased with green action, with the circular economic plans, and with that circular economic concept lead us to think about this. Everything with that, it is about shaping the future for digital technologies and increasing the life of the product and prioritizing the renewable energy, using less waste, throwing the waste out and using it is really important. And cooperation is really important. And people that leading the municipalities and cities has to work on that. And with the European Union's reports that has been published since 2014 shows shows a guide for our country and for our municipalities. The process of reuse, process of manufacturing and using of waste, and of course recycling is really important, and minimizing the waste to sending that are going to send to the waste fields. It's really important. Bringing nature to the city is really important, and using concept and creating a design using the nature as a foundation for cities ecosystem, usage of research and mitigation of climate change and ecosystem restoration. There's a technical support. If you want, we can put your presentation. Oh, no, you can just continue. Yes, I can. With that, for nature-based solutions, when we think about this, we can use organisms to get resources back, more creative ways. We have to think about more creative ways, and with that, with this MBC and increasing this thought and concept and creating more resources, we have to create more chemical and physical conditions. We have to understand the industrialized symbiosis. You could hear like these two approaches more. For environmental and for social benefits, it is important. The cooperation between industrializations is important, and industrialized ecosystem is and creating a framework on that part is an important. Industrialized synosis is an important. Mitigation of the waste is really taking to the lower level, increasing and making the waste levels are really low, and creating project on that part. And for closed loop, taking the resources or materials and taking out from the trash, but using them as a recycle or repair them to be reused again. Every work we have been doing, just we talk about sustainable development goals. For the 11th article, making the cities more sustainable is really important, and gave us a roadmap on that part. Using data, environment, or investment is really important. When we take a look at the other places in the world, innovation places are mostly cities. The second of the third world is going to work on about the circular way of the waste. You have to create a roadmap. It is not just for structure sector. It is from transportation to supply. In every sector, it always enters to the work field of cities. We have to we have to create a system that can be worked on as a long term. We have to use the cities mostly. We have to think the cities are a system. How our body is a system. Circular economy is something like that. Redesigns the systems, and the cities are living places where the circular economy transformation shall take place. And for carbon goals, it is really important. In 2000, even if we have zero carbon goal for 2053, and with that, we have to do it. The companies and cities have to have more expectation in wanting to achieve it before the country. No waste, no carbon, using of the natural resources more freely. We have to bring it to a good for the zero carbon goals. We have to work on that. For Ellen MacArthur Foundation, everyone I think read about the city report. Shows up about the buildings, correct design and usage of correct materials, mitigating the damage to human health, and creating more modular and flexible areas, and usage of excessive area should be used more, and creating a closed circuit places is really important, and municipalities should work on that very much. For energy systems, plays a really important part, and creating they can lessen the cost with the correct systems, and we can enter a new era of usage of energy. And with it is the most important things I've seen from the countries that do this as an example is the public incentives, and with everything is going on. Istanbul has given lots of efforts in transportation part. Istanbul is a really old city, creating accessible and low cost and usage of other type of cars, and creating automotive systems is really important. And for waste, we have to think about for cities, bio usage, bio recyclable things is really important. We have to create art for agriculture. We have to use the waste as a natural fertilizer. With the increase in, we have to, it's going to be a problem with the temperature and with the roof usage of orange colored materials is important. And I think that everything shall have a revitalization. And cities resource and of course waste management plans has to be prepared, and to mitigate the waste is really important. Mrs. Duygu, I think your time is up. At last, I like to talk about green buying for bit of public easily and showing up circle economy. We have to give more support like that. Thank you. When I talk about city integrity, you have given us a really great part of that. Like I want to give the Istanbul development of from the department of that for Istanbul circular transition, and the criteria of the circular is a mega city that Istanbul has to work on, and the decisions on that part has been taken by the city. Let's hear it about from Oktay Bey. The Istanbul affected by the, we have some conditions and decisions that affect Istanbul very much about circular economy. What can you tell about that? I have to start with two adjustments. We are planning agency, not development agency. No problem. Of course, for mega project and upper investment, from it does approach from macro. It's coming from center, comes from central or headquarter information. With a major impact, does a reflection of negative effects. I can explain like this. In the middle of 2010s, with the sustainable development and with the theoretical training has been done. Right now, circulability is a concept that fulfills this. Like a metropole city like Istanbul has a 60 million of people that living here, and with the entry and exit there's nearly 20 billion of people here. And in 2050 we think that there will be a population of 25 million. When we take a look at this, every decision has been taken, either economical, either community, either environmental, has effect like that. And for the city, we need the city life is a living organism and a system like that. And there has to be sustainability and continuity. So every decision that will be taken on that subject, we have to take a look at the effect it can happen. Let me say it like this. In the recent times, as you all know, in the Şişli beverage factory, there has been a new residence has been built upon that. We bring a new population there with the central work centers. We create a new place with the infrastructure. We brought a new human force that was not there, and with that, we created a temperature island in the city. How the city is going to take out this? How is going to take measures on that part? With this kind of project, we have to take a look at this before starting that. with the new population activity, we have to see how the new cities will adjust to it. If we should have a planet truly. What is the solution to this part for Istanbul as well? From 60s, it started after 80s. Migration happened for cities, making become more give a SOS and take it itself from sustainability perspective. We talk about Istanbul traffic, and we're still talking about Istanbul traffic because it is not something like it is not something about only personal vehicles. It is mostly about the public transportation. There has to be investment plan on that part too. And and there's always talk about public road making is important. I'll talk about what are we doing as our Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality Planning Agency. We are working on for 2050 with the measures taken by the city. It is not something that we can take it back. And with the 2000, make it in 2009 a plan for the environment. We make this to in the south. It should not have been in the north. Istanbul has a really great perspective on that part. It's going to keep on growing with the investment that has been made in the north. We have a we do measures on the ecological places that has with the ecosystems balance. We have a lively system and organism, and there will be replications on that part. As we said, we have two long-term plans. Take a look at the metropolitans and municipalities between in Istanbul's concept, in Londra, in Paris, London, in Paris. There's lots of conversations, but in Istanbul, like antique city like that, there's no plan for the help like that. As United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we have to create a roadmap for the city. We have to look at the actions it's going to take for the 2050. We have to create an action plan for that. With that, our cities for climate, for the economy, for society, with different topics, we have to take how we can optimize it. We have to talk about that to make it this city a circular city. We have some great aspects for population, the population diversity, and of course, green economy, green transition, and waste management is really important when we take these concepts together. If we're going to start with population, as I said, in 1975, the settlement was only was 30%, but in 2005 it became 23%. In 1920 there was only 1 million of population, but currently we have 20 million population. It's really a big increase, but of course there's consequences there, as we can say, producing lots of waste, usage of natural resources. So we need a population management on that part. And we also have to look at the natural values. And we can talk about this. And let's talk for climate crisis. To be more sturdy on that part, we have to take a look at we'll have to lower the effect on the environmental aspect, and we have to put our red lines over it for city planning and the transition process. The buildings that is going to be newly built, we have to minimize the construction waste. We have to make sure that they have to use reusable materials on the construction of the buildings. They have to use more environmental friendly methods, and we have to minimize and lower the usage of energy. Lots of construction, it's not something about that. We have to use our, we have to look at the industrial heritage and our cultural heritage. We have to use them and let them join our community again for 100 city, for 100 years. It gives lots of things. It gives a place for a library and of course for climate museum. It becomes a cultural area. With this kind of gains is really important. We have to take a look at the transportation. As we all know, the greenhouse gases is the most important can we see from it, and create some lots of pollution. When we take a look to be more contribution, give more contribution to circular can city transition, we have to find a alternative. We can say bicycles or different things like that. We have to take a look at this kind of. We have to talk about also energy too. One of the most energy will be one of the most important topics like this. We have to take a look at how the transition from fossil fuels to the renewable energy is important. Of course, we going to define it in the city perspective. One of the most important subject is that we have prepared our climate action plan for this. For Istanbul, for usage of renewable energy in our circuit or city circuit has to be more than 90%. When we take at the food subject, the manufacturing in Istanbul, it's currently only enough for 2% of Istanbul population. This supply chain and demand chain creates a hardship, and it also lets out lots of food waste. I think you can return to in the second tour for the transition to circular economy. Istanbul has to do lots of things, and making the awareness more, increasing the awareness on that part is really important, and it should be one of the most priorities. Even if we do everything we can, if we can't have the social change, it's really hard. You talked about buildings, of course. You still talk about the buildings' importance in the circular economy, and you talked about how they have to be changed too. Let's talk about circular economy. I have to ask this. For circular architecture, how can you enter it to the circular cities? With circular economy and circular architecture is really a research study place for us. And with circular architect, we have a cooperation with our own municipality. If I have a presentation here, I can show it to you. In every panel of circular architecture, we have a knowledge like this, a data like this. Construction sectors, raw materials has the 50% of usage, and also creates the carbon emission of 40%. So circular architecture is that we not just talk about the ecological part of it. We are coming to the city planning, and we take a part of it. For that, we ask this, for this made environment, how the circular architecture can be used or defined. We try to show you like this, and with lots of other researchers' contributions, we try to create articles. I can talk about that. First is the recyclability and the loop of the resources, recyclable or applicable materials or products usage. If a building that has ended its life term, it could be used as a foundation, or its material can be used for a new building. This perspective for it is about it is to change all of the changing of all the building material sector system. I can give maybe examples on that part. Maybe in England, in the Enterprise Center, it is the great example. The wood coming from the forest, and of course, there's lots of secondary materials are used. And there is a project we are currently working on, and we work together with lots of specialists on that part. It also give lots of contribution to economy, and there was also transformation lesson in the cost, and of course the flexibility is really important, because with the lots of demands and needs coming up, we have to make it be changeable, and because of that we have to use minimum energy and minimum changeability. We can have to use furnitures that can be changed really easily, and of course for the changing needs we could have to be change and transform the building as much as we want, so that the building that we are going to construct should has to give more than just one purpose, and has to work for a lot of purposes, and we have to use it as much as we can. As we talked about Argoça, the high school campus is really important. We have created was an open campus, not just for the students. It is a social. It become a social institute that even the population living there can use. There's lots of purposes they can use, and with that attribute, it become for in the UA, it became get a prize from the International Architect Organization. It is about the other thing. Other article is the mitigation and the simplification about the furniture, and making more sharing about materials. It is really important for the volume of building. Destroying or creating again, it using less is really important, and making more simplified is important. We we really give really importance to usage of less materials. It is one of the, as we talked about, the not touching any no current system. We have to work. We have to use the quality and increase the quality of it to be reusable. As another article, optimization of the systems. We take a look at the construction of the buildings. We can increase and decrease the use of materials as much as we want, and of course with the lesson they can of course create their own energy. Of course we have to look at the architecture construction community we have here. We have a building that uses their own closed circuit and system that has a rainwater storage usage solar energy panels. For our fifth article, the physical and mental health well-being. Of course, the users of these buildings, their mental and physical health is really important. Making the air quality inside of the building is really important. Of visual comfort and acoustic comfort is really important. As an example, as everyone can see, It's the venue municipality building with has a create a green walls that can help with the air quality. And green walls also cleanse the nearby air circulation too. We can take a look at this. And the last is the share and cooperation. When we take a look at the buildings, we have to use creativity, and we have to create a design like that, more social, more shareable. Creating places like that is important, and when giving more cultural effects and creating a give more enlightenment and more awareness and training on that part is important. And as the pop architecture, we really give importance to our users. So our training events, we had a workshop that called Given Another Chance. We tried to reuse the already used furnitures, and our participants, we try to help them to use them throw it out mentality. We try to give them the mentality of reuse it, renew it. When we come to as the architecture, I will talk about in the second tour what the future holding us, as we can say. In the coming future, architecture will have a great change as an approach, as for making approaches. We have to work more to the reserving of Earth. I have to turn back to the Mr. Emre on that part for all the circle, economic and circular planet. So why don't we talk about the price? We can see it's a tool, the circular economy, because the finance enters the place. In that context, giving the sources and supporting of it, can we say this for the cities? How can cities can help and support with the circular economy? How can they fit with economics? There's lots of economical EMB, banks how can they give potential benefits and investment and help on that part? Thank you. As Mr. Duygu and Mr. Oktay said, Mrs. Oktay and Mr. Oktay said, I'm going to talk about this. I will have a presentation on this part. Just a second. I hope you can see the presentation. It is like this. As we talk about this, there was lots of numbers has been given in cities. Let me take a look at this. Greenhouse gases emission has been given from 70% from the cities. Energy consumption, 75% from the cities. And of course, 80% is important. Why do we look at the cities on that part? When we talk about the decarbonization, of course, the resource flow and other things is important in the cities. And of course, we also give services on that part. Cities give service on that part. In the new circular services and development, or has a scale in that chain to create new circular business models. We have to take the quick action. It creates a great foundation on that part. As Mr. Oktay said, action plans or different tools in the cities, this kind of actions and take this kind of applications is really important. This kind of local governance is really important for the climate plans. We have to take a look at our tools as a development back. Cities, we see them as a key places. for cities' environmental problems. There's of course there's imbalance the dynamics of population. There's infrastructure need. There's also sources. There's lots of there is lots of source problem. Of course, there's problems of climate change in lots of cities because of drought and the forest fires or floods. There's lots of problem in Turkey. There's always continuous big city and of course the security of energy. When we take a look at this for the urbanization and circular, we have how can we help with that part? For what water waste to be minimizing or making zero, we work with cities on that part. Creating local energy and integration of it is really important. For waste energy, the use of the waste energy to make it not a waste. For transportation system, for public or shared, more clean and affecting is important. Of course, natural-based solutions is really important. We have our projects on that part. And of course, industrialized symbiosis. 5 or 6 years ago, we created a program that called EBRD Green Cities. From Turkey, as an example, we have the investment of 650 billions of euro of investment in 15 cities about in this program. But how we can give more? How we can we give more investment and help and support the cities? We work with the cities on this program. We created the action plan. We created the Green City Action Plan. The action plan of this report we had as EBRD or other financial organizations. There's solutions that has been found out. These green investments, we want to support them. Until to this day, in 53 cities, we had this program. We already completed with some of them, and some of them we are still continuing on, and especially for city transportation, wastewater, and water infrastructure, and energy in buildings, and of course, finance-focused actions are being taken. We are trying our best to finance this kind of projects. Our purpose is to increase these projects more, and with the governance of cities, we have to take a look at it together, and creating a project and taking them to action is really important. We want to work with them in not just for the theoretical and planning, but for the application of it too. For 1 year, we create the planning of the action plan for 1 year. After that, working together with that, we try to finance this kind of projects. We have 38 countries we are working on in Turkey. We are working together in Izmir, Istanbul, and Gaziantep is the cities we are working on, mostly with the metropolitan municipalities. We complete our work in Istanbul, Izmir, and we will start working in Ankara recently. In the coming years, we will start in the other cities too. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Emre. I have to give the speech to sustainability, and in this context of sustainability and circular economy, a success example from Finland.
Yönlendirmek istiyorum. Ama soruyu yönlendirmeden evvel Lahti hakkında kısaca bilgi vermek istiyorum sizlere. İkinci Dünya Savaşı'ndan sonra endüstri şehri olarak gelişmiş olan Lahti, 1970
was developed after the Second World War as industrial city in the 90s with the sustainable work. In 2021, in Europe Green City Award was given, and of Finland 2025 first carbon neutral city. It will be a candidate for that. So the success story of Lahti, first individual carbon trade and urban scale innovation and participant space area. So we would like to listen these from you, at least a few of them.
Thank you for the introduction and your question, and I'm happy for being invited to this event to tell about the experiences from the city of Lahti, Finland. And I'm Jenni Rahkonen and working as environmental coordinator for the city, especially on the topics related to circular economy. And I have some slides. I will show them now. I hope you are now seeing the slides. So Lahti is the city of 120,000 residents and being the 9th biggest city in Finland. And as said, we had the honor of being named as the European Green Capital last year as the first Finnish city. In the Green Capital Awards, 12 different factors are investigated to rank the competing cities and their environmental work. And Lahti succeeded best in this ranking process and got very positive feedback, especially in the fields of waste, air quality, governance, as well as green growth and eco-innovation. And you can find the application and a lot of other information from our environmental work from greenlahti.fi. And sorry. One of the city's main goals at the moment is to become carbon neutral by 2025 by reducing the emissions by 80%. There is still a lot to do, even though we have already reduced 70% of our emissions. And from this slide, you can see some of the most important steps that we have been taking during the years in our environmental work. It all started in the 1980s with cleaning up the badly polluted lake Vesijärvi, and this actually created the foundation for the environmental expertise and research in Lahti. The Lake Vesijärvi Foundation is still very actively working these days. Circular economy took its first steps already in the 1990s as the source separation of household waste started. And now we are sorting waste in at least 8 fractions or more in the apartment buildings in Lahti. The CityCap project started in 2019, and it aimed to change the attitude and behavior of citizens towards the mobility to promote shift from the private car use to sustainable mobility, like walking, cycling, and public transport. The focus has been on co-creating and implementing a personal carpool training scheme for mobility to reduce traffic emissions in Lahti. A mobile application for the citizens was developed with rewards on good work for citizens, for example, to city swimming pools or other small encouraging rewards. In 2019, Lahti Energy abandoned coal in heat production, and nowadays only biomass and recycled fuel from separately collected energy waste are used. And the next goal is to become carbon neutral by 2025, 25 years before European Union and 10 years before Finland's national goal. And in this picture, you can see how the waste is treated in Lahti. In 2020, 99% of the municipal waste was utilized and only 1% was going to the landfill. 43% was recycled and 56% used in energy recovery. The recycling rate has increased a lot in 15 years, as you can see. The bio-waste is processed in the local biogas and composting plant, and the energy waste is treated in one of the first gasification plants in the world that produces district heat and electricity from household and industrial waste. And at the moment, we are preparing the circular economy roadmap for the city with several stakeholders, including universities, NGOs and companies, as well as citizens. And we are working on 5 different teams, for example, public procurement, buildings, education and sustainable food system. And this should be prepared during this year. So these were some examples from Lahti to answer your question. Thank you.
Evet, teşekkür ederiz. Lahti,
We think, of course, Lahti is the scale cannot be compared with Istanbul. It's relatively small. Therefore, for circular economy to be established in smaller cities, it's better, so you can have success stories. But in metropolitan city, how you apply it is still to be discussed and worked with the public and academicians. Now I would like to start the second tour questions. Mrs. Duygu, I will turn back to you. What kind of a role in the circular economy? You are muted. See, I'm not at my best today in using technical stuff. Actually, in my speech, I touched on this. For cities, the first steps to establish their own carbon objectives, even though we will go with national objectives, some cities can be faster than others. Therefore, especially regarding the waste management, making the plans and global KPIs. Ellen MacArthur Foundation and Cambridge University is a nice program. And from these documents you should get use of, especially like Copenhagen or Amsterdam, where the cities who are improved in circular economy, their municipalities, by following the green purchasing politics, so by setting the circular purchasing policies, they can be fast in some fields by using ready-made studies. Because you need infrastructure. Every time I say the waste is the output of bad product, it starts from industrial designers, all the designers as to how they should design so that there won't be any more waste and get back to factory. And regarding the energy, from yesterday to today, there is a cost for renewable energy system, at least during the urban transformation, with some public incentives. All buildings to be made new can be designed with solar panels. And regarding the transportation, the urban transportation for the new big settlements, metros can be arranged in the beginning. By this way, different transportation modes to be used more effectively. And regarding urban bioeconomy, especially from the roofs, as I mentioned, and in this plan, making more plans, for example, selective destruction in the construction, and to award these in the companies for reuse. Maybe for the municipality can collaborate most with other institutions. I mentioned green purchase. Here, countries like Sweden or Norwegian, there are some shopping centers comprised of repair centers. There is the recycling center, so you know where to go when to make repair. In Turku, for example, in Europe, it's a nice example in their website. As I said, getting example of other good things will improve our pace. That was all I should say about it. Okay, thank you. And now I would like to give the word to Mr. Oktay for these politics to be realized in the beginnings,
farkındalığı arttırmak.
and to increase awareness is important. And as Istanbul Planning Agency, so we see that there is an innovative approach to support it. And could you tell about other studies to support in the city? Actually, at the moment is the Istanbul Planning Agency, the campus in Florya. We need to take it at hand as the Istanbul Planning Agency of the Marmaray Florya station, and from Atatürk Forest there is a 100,000 square meters, and this field until the new era there is 12 villa and one house. So these 12 villas given for 12 district mayors is the public property, and the mayor of that time, like Kadir Topbaş, were using it. And in this campus, other than that, there were two more major structures. One of them swimming pool with the opening roof and two hangars, and it is for the gifts to be presented. Which is belong to public, to making it for public at the moment with Istanbul Planning Agency, with the climate platform or industrial facilities are all here, and it is defined as a it turns into a venues used by students, and also the swimming pool in the exhibition. Instead of making this field from scratch, we have turned swimming pool into exhibition field with a capacity of 200. And the ceramics of there in the past as to why it is used. And of the hangars, we turn into workshop fields, two different fields of 100, and for the round table 75. And in this field there is the students and academicians are working, and where they call the hobby field is the main hall. And in the basics, what we did in this campus, we republicized all the asphalt roads were taken off, and we use a natural material like in all around the campus we use that special material, and it is limited number. And even with these work, 5,000 square meters of new green area Istanbul has earned. Both the universities and in their activities, they can use this field, and in the short time it will be a digital library. Actually, what we do, instead of making buildings from scratch, we use limited number of Istanbul ecosystem. Within the ecosystem, and in the construction of the building, we have water harvest study, and in the current irrigation system, and along with that there is the solar panel field, and they come from here, and we are not consuming electricity for enlightenment, but we get them from the solar panel, and 20-30% of the energy of the library building coming from the solar panels. Actually, for the similar studies, we have increased and we provided its circularity by using in the building. We want to continue like that. Other than that, for Vision 2050 offices, some studies, Vision 2050 not only with the experts, but for all Istanbul people coming together. And up until now, 20 provided, and coming from those opinions, we are making it according to the ideas. Now we run with the climate platform with the volunteers, and our public design office making the public offices 13 different competitions, and in them nearly 6,000 designers are there, and the national and international fields. And in Istanbul, we contribute to urban studies, and as the social policies office, regarding the waste, solid waste collectors, because the solid waste collectors' problems is not only for earning their lives, but tens of thousands of employees and for their families. This continue. We have some collaborations where İSTAÇ is partner, and we are trying to make circular renovation, and we are working on that. As the IKSV Foundation, in this, with the support of council, it's the localization and how the local authorities can support with the organization. And lastly, our culture directorate, after COP26, the economic sustainability workshop we made, and there for reducing the carbon footprint, the cultural events should think that, and reusable ecologic models we have discussed. And basically every studies we do actually of the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, how they can be integrated to renewable and social economic and in that relation doesn't provide it, and it's a system which is more from the pattern, and we are providing that strategy to improve the values provided by the nature, not seeing as source, but as part of, we are a part of it. So it's a scenario like that. In Istanbul, hearing these kind of things are there, it's very positive impact, especially for these idle places to be reused, and of our current construction stock to be more energy efficient, these kind of things, and how we can provide optimization about it. And seeing Istanbul municipality work on this is nice. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Burçin, especially for architecture in the circular life and how we can restructure the current building stocks included, how we can make it for remaking of the life and production fields. Thank you. I want to make a screen sharing again. What is that in the future of the architects? With a few articles, one of them we wanted to make consumer to creator. So the user should know what they need, only once what they need, and the architect should pay attention to the components of the building, and that a participant to the building construction, and there from the concept of employer is completely changing in architecture. Therefore, we need to accept the existence of conscious venue user. And as you mentioned, the architecture education should be converted as well, because we are in a time the identity of the architect changes. As you know, the star architects is now getting weaker, and so what you establish in Istanbul Technical University, the research center of architects, is we like a lot. And a second concept, refunctioning instead of destroying. In our country, we like to destruct, and even though their life cycle are not ended, even the big airports, unfortunately, we can throw to the wastebasket, but the world is going the contrary road, because actually destructing the old building and then new buildings with the energy efficiency is not sustainable. On the contrary, actually, it's much more carbon emission. But with simple interventions, if you do, then it would be much more sustainable approach. Therefore, our urban transformation concept should be reconsidered under the scope of sustainability. Instead of fully destructing the building, there should be some obstacles. Like Mrs. Duygu mentioned, the regulations should change, especially the municipalities' regulation can change. It is very important. And one another issue should be the building materials and their production styles to be reconsidered. For sustainable and circular architecture, we need sustainable and circular building materials. Therefore, there are serious work for the Turkish suppliers for a circular production model should be observed. We know that in EU, in order to continue our export to EU, we need to be in the system, even though we don't want it. Fourth article, flexing the walls and designing multifunctional venues, like I mentioned before. When the venue is easily be turned in the beginning of the design, it is important because the acceleration of change increasing every day, and within this way, depending on the changing needs, so the structure, especially in the public buildings. So with rotations by different user, different functions, they need to be used intensively. And the sources for the buildings and the raw materials should be considered. We need to target maximum efficiency in one building. Maybe we can optimize the building stock industries. Shortly, I can explain like this. Thank you, Mrs. Burçin.
Yakın bir gelecekte dönüşmesi söz konusu bu yeni konseptlerle birlikte statik mimarlık yerine dinamik bir mimarlığa doğru gideceğiz.
So we are going to a dynamic architecture and we will be doing everything at hand. Now I would like to address Mr. Emre again. This in the first cycle, you mentioned the Green Cities program, and in going to circular economy, so it is a multidisciplinary incentive objectives.
Çalışmalarınız çerçevesinde döngüsel ekonomiye geçişi teşvik ettiğiniz politikalardan bahsedebilir misiniz bize?
Çok teşekkür ederim. Ben kaldığım yerden
Thank you. I will continue and I will share.
hızlı bir şekilde oldu. Az önce de bahsetmiştim. 53 şehirde biz şu ana kadar 53 şehirde.
We are in 53 cities.
Türkiye'de, 4 Türkiye'de olmak üzere. Burada da Varşova'dan Ulanbator'a, işte Kahire'den.
From Warsaw to Ulaanbaatar, it's a very wide geography. To answer your question, I would like to go more detail in the Green City Action Plan. While designing it, we are making an analysis with the consultant and what are the environmental problems in the cities. We try to understand the current situation from circular economy to energy, from waste industry to buildings. What are the needs of that city by defining them and then making the action plan, strategic documents, master plans, and the objectives until today by examining them and considering them. We are making a current situation analysis. And here, of course, what are the climate risks for the relevant geographies, what are expected until 2050, 2100. These are reconsidered. Then afterwards, an action plan is put forward after finding out these difficulties to cover these difficulties. Of course, it depends from city to city. Like you mentioned, between Istanbul and smaller cities are different challenges. And in our studies, actually, we also pay attention to that depending on the need of the city. And when it comes to the actions, our purpose is priority in the short and long term to find some investments so that we can urgently finance them or turn them into finance with the relevant municipality, so that, but in the our objective in the actions, not writing, but making it a financial label as to how much it will cost and who will be responsible from the relevant municipality, which departments. So actually in more detail, we try to make it. Of course, what we call indicator investments, more than that, the long term and short, we want to put a vision in 2050, the objective of decarbonization, and also if other objectives that are, like we said, we are taking care of it, and our purpose is supporting the investment and taking the policy of measures and support the relevant municipality. I want to give some examples. In Turkey, 4 cities, only Izmir completed. So up until now, what were they here in Albania? First, a water infrastructure in Tiran, Albania. So we made the action plan over that project, and then household wastes. We needed recycling centers. We are working on that with Tirana municipality, and in Zenichna, Bosnia Herzegovina, for street enlightenment. or energy efficiency in the buildings, and in Amman, this action plan, they use it a lot. And approximately 6 or 7 projects from the action plan, us or other institutions. And regarding İzmir, in the August of 2020, but it was ratified and announced by the City Council. A few examples from here, for example, transportation industry. For urban transportation, there were some recommendations both for circular economy and decarbonization actions, the total transportation, more sustainable transportation industry, and İzmir, especially from the mass transportation. We are working on that, both for the rail system and sea transport, marine transportation, and in waste side, especially it took our attention, both the municipality, their own institutions, and the fields they rule, but also, again, the municipality can control in those fields within the cities, reducing the waste, whether in food industry or other industry, collecting the wastes and encouraging the reducing the waste. We made studies and they turn into investment, some of them more like politics. And İzmir study, both of them, both from the policy side and investment side, more than 40 actions it was involving. And from here, another program of the bank, I believe this morning in the panels, this was discussed. Along with the Sustainable Development Foundation, we have the circular economy platform there, the cities and more likely with the private sector, but in the industrial zones, we are trying to industrial symbiosis in Turkey circular economy platform and Turkey material marketplace, and actually Turkey's only waste exchange system, web cloud-based. We are making it 5 to 6 years ago. More than 200 members, various waste transfer or trade system. So up until now, 32,000 tons of materials.
Kentlerle de iç içe, yani bu yeşil şehirlerle de daha birbiriyle.
With the green cities, they are talking like 2 programs. And more than that, along with the banks, the local banks, Turkey's Sustainable Energy Finance Program we have designed. It's working for 12 years, and along with that, both in SMEs and along with the municipalities, source efficiency, renewable energy using topics, we are supporting the finance, and 1 billion euros of finance we provided with the scope of the waste reduction projects. That was all my presentation. Thank you. Thank you. This is transdisciplinary. It's very important. Many disciplines are together working. Not one country, but many countries, sources, and science people should work on together. Of course, here to improve the awareness and social cultural transformation is important. Last question to Mrs. Yeni. The cities are the communities using the most material. but at the same time, they create the opportunity to use the materials more efficiently. These are trigger for circular economy. This can be start social cultural transformation. So Lahti city management in the social cultural transformation, what is the role of the Lahti municipality on that?
Thank you for the question. I'm sharing a couple of slides again. I hope you can now see my slides. So I could start my answer by showing this slide about what we see that have been the biggest benefits from being the European Green Capital. So one of the biggest benefit has been that residents can really be proud of their city and all the environmental work that has been done here. And we are also clarifying our environmental goals, and the municipal decision makers are also well aware of the environmental projects that we are doing here. This has improved also the reputation of the city, and we see it will be increasing tourism and creating jobs, and these are really practical important effects that the citizens are seeing as benefits from doing the ambitious environmental work. And they see that it's important for the city workers also, so the citizens are encouraged to take part in their behalf and make changes also in their everyday life habits. And in this last slide from me is the mayor, Pekka Timonen, environmental director, Elina Ojala, and the environmental year program manager, Sara Vauramo. Them and other people that have positions in the city to make important decisions for the environment have also been presented for the citizens as easily approachable, environmentally interested human beings, and they are standing behind the environmental goals. And we think that it's important that the citizens see that there are real actual people behind these decisions and the environmental actions that are being made. And they are also doing their part as individuals, like biking to work, and they are inspired to work for these goals that have been set for the city. It's also important that people are given possibility to participate by themselves. For this, the Green Capital Year has had money to fund different environmental projects that have been suggested by citizens, NGOs, and companies. And we are also using this participatory budgeting model where 200,000 euros are used every year for the different projects. First, any citizen can suggest a project. All these ideas are collected from the citizens, and everyone can give their vote for the best actions. And the most popular ones are implemented by the city. And many of these projects are often related to the environmental work also. So these were my examples from Lahti. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederiz. Zamanımız oldukça aşmış bir.
We have exceeded our time, unfortunately. To start the next session, I would like to thank all the panelists. We are having a fast transformation, hopefully both as Istanbul people and as a species, we can embrace and protect this change in the next years. I want to close the session here.
Çok teşekkür ederiz Sayın Erten, Sayın Kargül, Sayın
Thank
Yıldırım,
you, everyone.
Sayın Rakkonen ve sevgili hocam Sayın Çolakoğlu. Bu keyifli oturum için çok teşekkür ediyoruz tekrar. Şimdi Döngüsel Kentler Deneyim Aktarım başlığı altındaki oturumumuza geçeceğiz. Oturum öncesinde sizlerden birkaç dakika izin istiyoruz. Ardından oturumumuzda görüşmek üzere. Şimdi döngüsel
Right
kentler
now, for the experience topic of circular cities from UNDP Turkey for chemicals and waste coordinator, and from the development of İzmir Agency and Eco3 Versoy project coordinator
Hello Parkly kurucu ve tasarımcısı
and Hello Party
Fehmi
founder.
Baydoğru'yu ekrana davet ederek
I'd like to call them to
ilk
stage.
sözü Sayın Mungan Arda'ya bırakıyorum.
I'd like to give to the first to Meral Munganarda.
Ile birlikte bir sunum yapacak.
They will do a presentation with Mrs. Emine Bilgin together. I'd like to welcome you all. Together with you, we are going to talk about the circular city and industrialized symbiosis. And of course, it is mostly about that. We can see lots of experiences in NBC, and there's lots of applications happening all over the world. And of course, the lots of application test has been done. And we're talking about this project, but why did we create this project? Why did we need this kind of project for United Nations Development Plan? How did we have a partnership with them as the İzmir Development Plan, as the İzmir Development Agency? Thank you, Mrs. Meral. I'd like to welcome all of our participants from the İzmir. As we are talking about the circular economy, it has been in our agenda was a long time. To understand this, we have to take a look at the İzmir's economical system and the problems it is facing. İzmir has a lot of diversified sector and lots of things in its economical system. There's lots of cultural and historical places it has to be preserved, and the current industries and as we said, areas that should be protected are currently mixed. Because of that, we have lots of environmental problems, lots of shortage of resources, and because of the lots of places that should be preserved. And we are currently in a place that we produce lots of waste. So for going for the circular economy is really important for us. With that point, as İzmir Development Agency, since the day we were founded, we are trying to work for the sustainable economy with industrialized symbiosis. How did we find out about it, and how did we start to work on this project? As for in 2018, with the development ministry at that time in Turkey, in the industrialized symbiosis framework, we become a local partner of that project for industrialized symbiosis in the part of as the economic part of the İzmir. To see the effects, we go onto the field and start doing our work on that field, and we have seen that that Izmir that had lots of sectors, diversified sectors, even from the workshops of a small apartment and to the lots of big companies, the industrialized symbiosis for being Izmir going to the circular economics, it was really important. And with our awareness trainings we had in the field, these relationships with the industrialized symbiosis are there. Because lots of relationships, because it is not supported, it's not sustainable. And because of that, as you know, industrialized symbiosis, as for their concept, it is mostly talked about the usage of raw materials from experiences of other companies using raw materials. When we were creating our project on this subject, it was not just about the waste. All resources that can be used together or shared. We tried to create an industrialized ecosystem. That was our perspective. We think about what can we do about that, and we try to move forward the awareness work we have done in 2018. We try to look at what do they need for technical or specialist need or financial need, because of the restrictions put up by the regulations. There was lots of relationships like that between the companies to make it more manageable, to make it more a system framework. Creating a model that will work we talked about how we can do that. So we start working on how to create a circular economic framework. We also had a second project put it on live. While we were preparing a special symbiosis system for the Izmir, we have seen the first group that had made that industrialized symbiosis in Turkey. We needed to pilot place to send to international organization to show it as a project. With UNDP Turkey's team, we created a co-project with UNDP and between the agency and personnel that has been working on that. And it was the first project that has become international for its size and for its components. We can see that in Turkey, it could create a national industrialized symbiosis. I don't know with the scope and the components its foundation. Mrs. Meral shall talk about that. Yes. I think you can see my presentation right now. Okay, you can see my presentation. You can start with Miss Bilgen when we first met. For when we come to the stage of brainstorming, we know that there was also big and small industrialized symbiosis plans. But how we can create a national one with the usage of that accumulated experience. And after that, in a center for Izmir for usage of sources program created. The first project was the industrialized synopsis program. The other was about the digitalization. It is most about the things that we try to create a industrialized industry doctor that the industry factory or factory owner can go to there and get help. It was that kind of project. We thought that maybe it will be increased at coming times. So we try to start the industrial symbiosis. And of course, in our industrial symbiosis work, how does it work together better? What can the conditions that has to be met to make the industrialized symbiosis to be successful? So with the İzmir industrial symbiosis plan, we use that first component, and after that is for the second component, we try to support the R&D works. As for academicians and all the youngsters, we can work on that part, or the youngsters that will become academicians. We had a component for that. And when we talk about industrialized symbiosis, we take a look at the regulations. Industrial symbiosis, how can it work together? And we sent this question. So for the legal framework and a policy development was needed in our fourth component, the application of industrialized symbiosis in the İzmir. And of course, how waste that has been created by other company to send to other company to use to create infrastructure and use it as a pilot, and we want to use it as a visibility part, and of course making a more common in the national concept. We wanted to use the model we have created for İzmir in all of the country. Of course, when we were talking about the management of the structure component, as we already said, there was lots of startup on that part. Every part of them was more like we didn't want to create the wheel again, invent the wheel again. We take their reports and we take a look at what their experiences, and we try to, with the help of a software infrastructure, we try to create a new with a great foundation plan. As for industrial symbiosis, we also try to help with the master for thesis support. Of course, we talk about the policy component. It is mostly about the regulation for industrial symbiosis. How can it be implemented more quickly? We were talking about that kind of policy and component. We try to work for feasibility works. We really think it's really important. In Europe Union, in some sectors, we know that this kind of policies exist for the Turkish scale and for the İzmir scale. These standards for that sectors, to develop them and make their feasibilities are really important. We talk about the pilot applications, as we said in the İzmir. We are trying to make the İzmir model of it to help with the national industrial symbiosis. Let's say that two industry owners, they take a support from academicians and they did their feasibility study. Where should they do their submission? Which kind of regulation should they be look out for? Where they can get additional finance support, and where they can look at the finance mechanisms, they can get help. And the project is ended, we have to try to help them with them too, as we try to give more industrial symbiosis recommendation. And of course, software is a really important part of it. I guess the crossover pro applications are the most important thing about that. Of course, we have a goal of creating a software to help with İzmir model. Now I'd like to give the stage to Mrs. Bilgen on this part. Thank you. Mrs. Meral really summarized really well. With this project, what did we have in our mind and what was our goals? In this project, the things we want to have most result is that We want to bring together all of the businesses in the Izmir to create a digital management platform, the things we call a helpful or platform. Of course, create the capacity of technical and manageable based in the industrialized symbiosis in the businesses. Of course, creating and implementing examples of industrialized symbiosis cooperations. It was really important on that part. After that, every structure we have created here, we have to change it to a source data center, and we want to create a center to give service to all of the region. This is the end goal of our model. Of course, to make it more usable in different region is important. That's why we want to create a model like that. With that we could create a implementable, applicable national model. Let's talk about what have we done, what are we doing. Our project at the end of the April of 2021, it was signed with our Foreign Affairs of Ministry. It has been approved, and we started doing our work. In the current process, we created a team with the Izmir Development Agency. We created a specialist team. We have project coordinators and project specialists, and of course, to make this kind of projects to be more knowable was really important. As we talk, and we also still are doing the components we have talked about. To learn about our projects more details, you can scan the barcode you have seen the screen, or from our social media. You can just follow us. We had a startup meeting for our project works. For when we were announcing our industrialized symbiosis project, we want to do this in Izmir. That's why we had a starting program. Starting from that, we always give the site as important, because site needs what it shapes our project's future. And with that, we take help from our shareholders and supporters. Lots of we are currently doing our meetings from Ankara, from governmental or private, and from Izmir. We try to work our site studies with all of our shareholders. We have lots of reports, and we work on that too. And of course, in the coming April, our trainings and our synergy workshops, we try to create, we would want to go to the site and try to create a synergy in the cooperation with the site work. We are a great team that believes in the industrialized symbiosis, and I hope that we can share it with you the development in our project. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your excitement was really great. We can feel it from here. For project concept, you had great training, guidance, mentorship. You really coming strong with this project, and it's saying that you learned from the other project that has been done in the past. You wanted to create an innovative project. It was great. Your project with its concept and scope, and with the shareholders and supporting and partnership, it is really great. Thank you for your presentation. I hope that it will go for as you want. Thank you. Right now, let's give the Carolina the stage, and we are going to see her own presentation and hear from her.
Right. Thank you so much. And greetings from the city of Tampere and also mentally from the city of Nokia. Can you see my, just a moment. Can you see my slideshow the way that it should be shown?
Evet, şimdi tam ekran görüyoruz.
It's okay?
Evet.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Awesome, wonderful. So, hello everybody, and so much, like a lot of thank yous from our side for inviting us to this event. It's really nice. I haven't actually had the chance to speak to a Turkish audience before, and it's been really interesting to hear what you guys are doing. So my name is Karoliina Tuukkanen, and I work for Verde Limited Corporation, which is a City of Nokia owned company that does a lot of development in circular economy through different regional and local platforms. And I thought that I would talk to you about these different ways of doing development in the area and in the theme of circular economy, and especially the different platforms that we are developing here in Verde at the moment. And I'm going to talk to you about a regional platform and development model, and then also a local platform and development model. And then if you have any questions, I'm very happy to answer those questions later on, if we have any time for that. So these are the two different platforms that I'm going to introduce to you today. And the first one is the Eco3 circular economy area that sort of focuses on creating circular economy ecosystems for market actors in the city of Nokia. So this is a physical platform that focuses quite heavily on different material flows, and obviously then different circular economy business models and how to create a joint sort of roadmap or a joint way of working in this physical area, and especially how we can sort of manage material flows within the cooperation of different companies. And this is quite an established working model already that that Verde has also been developing for quite a few years now. So we have quite a lot of experiences from this circular economy area already, of this Eco3 area. But then the other thing that we've started now, and this is mainly my responsibility, is the thinking of how we could develop circular economy in the regional thinking. And we're sort of trying to figure out how we could create this physical platform for different actors in the greater area of Pirkanmaa. And Pirkanmaa is the second largest region in Finland, so a very important economical region as well. And we're sort of trying to think about how we could create a platform for different kind of actors, mainly cities and companies, that would facilitate and sort of create clear service paths for different actors, public sector and private sector actors, to develop circular economy into market-based businesses and jobs and market-based solutions. So we have these two different platforms and two different ways of developing circular economy that I want to introduce today. And the first one, I'm going to talk to you about a little bit about the regional development, and then I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this Eco3 circular economy area. But I wanted to show you a little bit about the governmental level of development in circular economy in Finland as well, because it does affect us quite a lot. So the government of Finland actually came up with a circular economy program last year, and it was a very, very important strategic program that came out. And me and my manager, Mr. Sakari Ermala, who is actually the one mainly responsible of the Eco3 area, unfortunately he couldn't be here today because he's on a well-deserved holiday. We were also part of this development and expert panel for this circular economy program, and we were especially trying to comment on the things and on the targets that were set by this program for the cities and regions. And it's a very important thing because it gives us quite a lot of guidelines and also quite a lot of specific targets. And especially at the moment, the government of Finland is trying to promote this natural resource targets through this low carbon circular economy agreement. And they're hoping that different municipalities, different regions, different companies, different cities would sign this agreement, which is not obligatory, but is quite demanding if you sign it. And they will then set you different kind of targets on how to reach these very sort of quite ambitious circular economy goals that have been set in this circular economy program by the government. And we're obviously trying to now, especially in the regional platform, trying to find tools that cities can then have to reach these targets set up by this agreement. So it is kind of an important sort of guideline for us at the moment here in Finland and in the area of Pirkanmaa. Right, so why are we talking about regional circular economy development? We sort of had this idea, and I don't know if we're right or wrong, and we'll see now during this development project, which will end by the end of this year. We'll see if we were right or wrong, but we have this idea that circular economy problems and circular economy themes are such large and wicked problems that you need to sort of have a look at them at a larger scale. And we're thinking that maybe this regional way of looking at circular economy issues might be the proper scale for looking at them. And we also think that cooperation is key, and that's why we're talking about platforms and forming a platforms for regional circular economy development. And we also have seen that many material flows and other circular economy related issues and problems and themes are wider than one particular city. And that's why we're sort of seeking this appropriate level and perhaps regional level of activity to look at circular economy. And we're thinking that maybe this regional way of looking at it might be the correct level. We'll see. And we also think that the leap from linear to circular thinking is quite a large leap, and it does require still quite a lot of consensus building. And this is best built on common platforms and networks and consortia. And that's why we're thinking that a platform might be the best way to develop this regional circular economy thinking. And when I talk about a platform, I'm actually talking about a physical platform, probably publicly owned, and something that is actually consisting of physical people who are doing the work, doing the networking, all of that is needed. And we think the circular economy could actually bring quite relevant business opportunities for companies and municipalities. And the idea is that this platform could actually reveal the potential of circular economy better than it has been done in the past in Finland. And our main actors in this platform are cities and companies, and we're quite heavily focusing on cities and what cities could do to nudge circular economy business models forward. So this is what we're thinking about. And we've also sort of realized that many times any kind of development is so much about people. And that's why we think that we need to have a very skilled orchestrator or orchestrators in this platform that can then sort of understand the different functionalities and logics of different actors, companies and cities, and bring those actors together and have them have a discussion and see what kind of things need to be done so that we can actually nudge circular economy forward. So this is our thinking at the platform at the moment. And we have this very sort of tangible way of developing this circular economy through this regional platform. So we think that the best way is to look at core themes. And these are themes that have been sort of noticed to be very relevant in the greater area of Pirkanmaa in this particular region. So these have the most value and the most sort of possibilities for further development, these themes in Pirkanmaa. So that's why we've sort of decided that we're going to look at industrial symbiosis, and then we're going to look at infrastructure development and building, and then house development and house building, and then waste management and material flows within those things. And we want to create tangible, very good tools for cities to nudge circular economy business forward. So that's why we want to sort of look at these themes and then think about specific tools within these themes that this platform could offer to companies and cities so that they could then have a better opportunity to nudge circular economy business models forward. So this is what we're doing at the moment. And at the moment, we're sort of thinking about very specific different kind of functionalities for the platform in these different core themes. And that's what we're doing at the moment, and will be finished in a couple of months. Now then, this Eco3 circular economy area is a little bit of a different case. Firstly, because it's been there for a couple of years, so it's quite ready already, where this regional concept is still ongoing and we're still thinking about the functionalities. But Eco3 has been there for quite a while. And I sort of wanted to show you a couple of numbers so that you understand the scale of the Eco3 concept. So the investment potential alone is 200 million, and at the moment we have about 70 million euros of investments. And we have a lot of businesses and partners already working in this physical 120 hectare area that is situated in the city of Nokia. And we've actually been awarded as a good best concept for circular economy area in Europe. And everything that we want to do in this Eco3 area, we want it to also be scalable so that it can be scaled to other cities and other countries as well. And we're talking about an industrial scale bio circular economy area, heavily focusing on material flows, but also on business models. And actually, even these numbers might be old because it's all the time growing. So I think actually the businesses and other partners are closer to 50 at the moment. But because these are a couple of months old, it's an ongoing process. There's a lot of sort of cornerstones that are very important for this Eco3 concept. And one of them is developing this joint understanding of what the area wants to do. So developing this joint roadmap of things that need to happen in the area for it to actually notch a circular economy transition forward. And there's a very strong consortia behind the whole area. There's a lot of different companies, but then also other kind of actors, research and public actors and private actors that are behind the whole idea and the concept building that has to do with the Eco3 ecosystem and circular economy area. And as well as in this platform, this regional platform, we see that the public sector has a very high role in notching circular economy forward. The same thinking is behind the Eco3 platform as well and the Eco3 area. So we're talking about quite a lot of having a lot of market dialogue and affecting procurements and all of those things. And these are the same things that we are, same tools that we are thinking about in the regional platform as well. And then obviously we're talking about it being an accelerator, and we have to think about digital solutions quite a lot as well. And in the end, I sort of wanted to show you this horrific picture, and I'm not going to start opening it up to you a lot because it would take me at least 2 hours, but I just wanted to show you that even if you just talk about the material flows, and this is just an ecosystem mapping of the material flows that are important in the circular economy thinking in the city of Nokia, it's quite a complex issue. But then when you add the different kind of working models that you need to bring different kind of actors together to actually make these material flows exist, you can understand that the issue is quite complex, and that's why we cannot just look at material flows. We also have to look at the business models behind it and what are the roles of public actors and private actors. And to our understanding, this kind of regional thinking that we're trying to do and developing these very tangible tools for cities to notch circular economy business forward, we haven't heard of another benchmark in Europe at the moment. So we're doing something very new, and we know that ministries and the European Union is quite interested in it at the moment. So let's see what happens. But this was my share. So thank you for listening, and do let me know if you have any questions. And you can also email me later on.
Biz de çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Karolina. Your presentation about the Eco3 model was really great. We really thank you for circular economy in a full integrity and for your local perspective. And we'd like to thank you for that too. If there will be any question, I will send it to you after the end of the program. And now I'd like to give stage to the Peivo Reivo. Well, we will hear about you. Please, stage is yours.
Thank you. I will share my screen and start. We'll skip. Oops.
Evet.
There we go. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Päivi Raivio. I'm representing Barclay. Thank you for inviting me along. I'm very happy also to be part of the Circular Economy Week Turkey today and talk about Barclay in terms of experience sharing on circular cities. So my name is Päivi Raivio and I'm a founder and designer of Barclay. We really think that future cities are made now, and Barclay's mission is to fast track sustainable urban change. So from this very wide citywide systems of circular economy, we are now moving to small places in cities and seeing how we can develop them with a circular economy product. So our practice in urban design and city development and placemaking goes back to 10 years' time. We have worked on developing different methods to create better cities for people and to also add more urban nature and support the urban biodiversity in many ways. And we have concluded that we need more and new tools to develop our city spaces. And these tools should be something that allows us to do this faster and with a more flexible way. So we have founded Barclay to do this. So Barclay is all about design for change. We have founded Barclay about a year ago. So we are a young startup with the impact startup profile. And we concluded that we want to create Barclay to increase the flexibility and scalability for developing urban spaces. And from our placemaking practice, which means like human-centric urban design, we wanted to create multifunctional element for public spaces. But first and foremost, when we tied our concept to circular economy principles, it kind of evolved into even more sustainable, both socially and ecologically. We really think that livable cities is a necessity. We need to work for our cities in order to make them more healthier, more happy, more nice for people to live in and to work in. So we want to focus on the small places and to build up a network of healthy public spaces. And this is the kind of scale we work. We work in smaller public places for the bigger city vision of a livable city, which can really connect nature and people to places. So these are our key areas with Barclay. We want to add more urban green in public spaces in cities. This can also alleviate, for instance, the heat island effect in cities. We want to bring more edible green in cities and increase the social life in cities by creating welcoming public spaces. And the corona pandemic has really highlighted these needs, which are global across the, are relevant in all cities across the globe. So unfortunately, my animation doesn't work here, but anyway, the design of Barclay modules is circular. So when we decided or created the concept for Barclay, we researched very thoroughly the concept of circular economy design and chose the materials according to the principles of circular economy. And the design itself is very much thought through, so that we can have as many use cycles as possible, and to also overhaul elements, replace parts, and so we reduce waste, we reuse elements, and we can always replace parts and repair them, so that basically the life cycles of these products would be as long as possible. We also are developing a scheme for circulating also the biomaterials, of course, composting plants, but also looking at it a bit further. For instance, if we have trees that are growing in the modules, we can plant them in parks, for instance, in a project with city planners. So as circular economy in thinking or principles also are kind of framed with is that there are new models for ownership. So this is also something we want to promote, that this is a product as a service. It's also functions at the moment as a kind of normal product, but this is what we aim for, that we can create these green pocket parks for cities, for companies, for businesses as a service. So the modules consist of different sized elements with different functions. So basically with the principles or main goals of adding more public life and more urban green in cities. But we also want to promote the 1 minute city idea, where citizens can find most of the things they need within the close proximity of their households. We are also working with cities, for instance, in Helsinki, creating temporary developments or interventions in city space to communicate about the future plans for certain districts or neighborhoods. So we can bring the green and bring the small parks there before they are even built, to let people know of the future city which is built on a longer term. We also are working on rethinking our streets, from taking the focus from the car parking and private car driving, more for streets for people and more urban green. We also use digital tools for planning the Parkly projects. And this is also something that we would like to develop further according to the circular economy aspects. So how we can, for instance, communicate to our public or planners that they can use second cycle or third cycle or fourth cycle elements in different projects. And these are the main areas we are working on at the moment. So from housing sector to urban development and to private businesses also. But how we differ from other products for urban furnishing at the moment is the circular economy design and practice. So at the moment, other companies or in the field do have some buying of schemes, but with our product, this is all inbuilt, that the life cycle is endless and kind of repairable and reusable. And this is the thinking we also want to promote in these sectors, that public spaces are something we have to care for and continue look after for the good quality of life in our cities. We very much think of our company and Parkly as a platform for collaboration with different city innovators or urban designers and cities. And we also work with the Sustainable Development Goals. first and foremost the sustainable cities and communities, but also other sectors. And we are also continuously looking for like-minded companies who might have a product or services that we could integrate or have synergies with. For example, from the Aalto University, we have a contact or a company who is innovating with wood-based surface treatments, or I believe River Recycle gave also a presentation here. We are looking at how we could use the 100% recycled plastics partly in our modules. Here are a few case studies from our projects. And even though the circular economy kind of principles are not so visible for people who visit Barclays or have them in their residential areas, this is something we want to kind of promote and make it more tangible for people. And that's one of the kind of our goals too, is to work at creating experiences of sustainable city life in public spaces. So we can inform citizens about circular economy or biodiversity issues in this platform in public space. And these are some of our other projects. So the variety is very, very wide, from children's daycare yards to parklets for restaurants. But for example, when we did this project for children's daycare yards, circular economy was one of the key themes for this project. So this was also an educational project about how soil is formed using or composting food waste. And this would be something very concrete for children to learn on their yard, and something that's not happening somewhere else and very abstract. And this is what I want to finish with, that this experience sharing is very important for us to understand about our environmental challenges and how everyone can take part actively in their own everyday environments. It's also a platform or a like a framework for empowering citizens to act, for instance, for climate action. The interaction between different stakeholders is very important and can possibly lead to innovation and new ideas and new partnerships. And public places are also those places where we can easily adopt to new solutions and test them out when the scale is small enough. So as circular economy can sound quite abstract, this abstract becomes embodied, like the design critic and writer John Thackara has mentioned. And this is where the change can really start. Thank you from my behalf, and please get in touch if you are interested in further information or have any questions. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you. Yes, there are lots of more detailed information in your website. Our participants can see from there. From Barclays to foundation, mission, and becoming more knowledgeable for sustainability is really important. It is really great. Your designs are also perfect. It is really creative, lots of humanitarian, and we think that it will have a great future, this startup. Thank you for your presentation and your shared knowledge.
Thank you.
We are currently ending the day. Miss esteemed Meral Mungan, esteemed Emine, esteemed Pavi, and esteemed Carolina, thank you for your great contributions. Really good, thank you. It was a really great session. We are ending this session today. With this session, thank you. Take care. And now, with taking care of you, I will do the end of the day speech. Have a nice day, or evening, or afternoon. What did we do today? Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's take a look at today. It was the second day of the circular economy. We take a look at the perspective of the Europe cities about that. We see the roadmap of the circular economy, and we had of course, sessions about circular cities. We like to thank our participants and our session speeches and moderators. I'd like to thank all of you. Tomorrow we will have still full day, and we will be joining lots of things. We will awaiting you in our next event tomorrow. Bye. Good day.